your face will still feel a heat way more intense than when you were the 2 steps prior, because this is logic.
We're
And
not
for
talking
some
about
reason,
we're not talking
and for
about a
some
bonfire.
reason, ballers they don't like to apply logic. They don't
My
like
point
to.
is that if you're
Hey,
in
so
the
Godric, are
backyard,
you looking at the chat right now?
no, are you drawing something?
Yes. Do you look at the chat right here?
I see scriptures, yeah, in the chat.
Okay, so if you go to Livestream 1, Godric, you can see. Now ask yourself,
I'm with
if
you. I'm with you.
if I am sitting in Florida at this moment, okay, do I get more direct sunlight in the summer? More direct, we're talking about, or more angled in the summer? The answer is there's more direct in the summer than in the winter. In the winter, it's going to be more angled because I'm going to be angled slightly away from the sun. But in the summer, I'm angled slightly directly towards the sun. So 2 things happen. Number 1, I get more direct sunlight. And 2, I have more of that sunlight. So it's a longer
Total
time
bullshit.
and it's more direct.
But where did the sunlight go to? Who has more sunlight in the winter?
More time. Say these 2 words with me, Godric. More direct and more time. So if it's more direct, I'm going to get hotter. And if it's more time in it,
no, that's the ball earth theory. That's the bullshit theory.
Yes, exactly. That's the whole point.
So you're only showing half the equation, though, right? So where did the sun go to? And where that sun went to, we would expect it to be hotter, correct?
What are you talking about?
You're only showing half the equation. You're saying it's going to be
I'm
hotter.
not showing half the equation.
Summer in Florida. That's only half the equation. Where's the other half of the equation? Where did the sun go to?
So let's do it the tip of South America right there.
Total bullshit.
Okay, so in summer, Florida is angled towards the sun. So it's 1, receiving more time in the sun, and 2, getting more direct rays, right? In the tip of South America, it is angled, as you can see right here, it's angled away from the sun, and it receives less time in the sun. So those 2 factors, more angled towards it, more time in it, is going to make it hotter, aka summer.
So RC,
less time in the sun, angled away, means that it is going to be less.
So RC, you explain your baller theory. Now let me tell you another theory, okay? Okay,
no.
Godric, listen to me real quick.
You're critiquing the baller theory.
Hold on, RC, hold up.
What about
what
I just said is
hold up, RC. You explain the baller theory, okay, about how it works, because we're revolving around the sun in your theory. Now, Godric, listen to me, okay? So when the sun is further away from the northern part of the equator, because now the sun is further away from the center of this flat earth basin. Now, the reason why it's not hotter is because the sun is further away, and this is why it's colder. So this logic that I'm presenting to you, opposed to RC's logic, I'm telling you that the sun is so far away, while it makes its circuit around the earth on a basin. This is why it's colder right now. So which one do you want to believe? The one where the sun is further away from the center and that's why you're colder? Or do you want to believe that because you're tilted a degree, even though you're closer in their model of 3 million miles, this is why it's cold, because you're tilted away? So with that being said,
I said 2 things.
Go ahead,
tilted away and
believe what you want.
Time. Less time in the sun and tilted
away. I'll tell you what, RC. My logic is way more understandable than your logic. Absolutely. 9 out of 9 times, 10 out of 10 times, somebody will be able to realize that what you're saying makes absolutely no sense. But what I'm saying makes opposite, like it makes perfect sense. Because the sun is further away from where you, on your, on, let's say you're in I don't know, fucking Texas, okay? because the sun's further away, that's why it's colder. Now, in their model, they're going to tell you, yeah, you're 3 million closer, 3 million miles closer, but you're tilted away from the sun. That's why it's colder. Total bullshit. But hey, you believe what you want at this point. Just believe what you want.
RC, were you done with your explanation?
Yeah, I mean, it took him 5 minutes to explain his point. Mine is a very simple one. If
I
you
noticed
receive, if you receive more direct and longer time in front of a radiating object, then you are going to be hotter. If you have less direct, aka angled, and spend less time in the presence of a radiating object, you're going to be heated less. It's that simple.
But I noticed you didn't mention distance. In your explanation, you didn't mention distance at all.
Yeah, because the distance difference right there, as we heard from him, 3 million miles. Okay. So that's going to be a little less than 3% of the distance of the sun. A 3% variation in your distance from that radiating object is not going to be a factor that makes that big of a difference compared to time in front of the radiating object and angle, directness.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying, but you mentioned Florida, right? Getting more heat, right?
Well, I said it gets more radiation because it spends more time in the sun.
Radiation,
it has
and then
more
it gets
direct.
less radiation when it's tilted away, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Florida.
Remember,
hang on.
Florida's in the winter time.
Here's my question: where does the sun move to? If not in Florida, where does it move to?
What do you mean move to?
If you're spinning this sphere, you're not making. I contend you're not actually angling anything away. You're just moving the light from one place to another.
I'm not moving the light from one place to another.
Where the light goes to, that's what I'm asking. Where the light goes to should be hot.
It's just my angle. It's just my angle on a rotating object relative to the source of radiation that we're talking about. That's it.
But there's no angle though. You have a sphere. The light's coming to it. Let's say radiation, right? If you move this, you can't angle the sphere. By the way,
you did angle the sphere. It's angled and it's shown in the diagram.
You're spinning the sphere. You're spinning it, right?
Yep.
So it's moving to another part of the sphere. It's not. You're not losing or gaining. It's the same. That's my point.
No, so in Florida, you're going to be angled away because of that 23.5-degree tilt.
You mentioned Florida many times, but you're not mentioning where the light moves.
Okay, the light is going. If you want to ask yourself, okay, well, on a sphere, what's going to be more? Since Florida is less angled towards it, is there a part of the Earth that's going to be more angled towards it? And the answer is yes. South America is going to be more angled.
That part that's more angled towards it should be actually hotter.
Yes.
So,
which is exactly what happens.
The angle just moves where the heat is.
No, it's not that angle.
It doesn't lessen it or greater. It doesn't make it less or greater. It just moves it. The heat doesn't get lessened or increased. It just moves from one place to another, from Florida to, what did you say?
Godric, you're still missing the two very simple things that I told you. More direct radiation, longer time in the radiation gives you more heat. Okay? Repeat it back to me. What are the two things that are going to give you more heat?
I didn't consider the time. But we're talking about a sphere, right? It's in total, the sphere is receiving the same amount of radiation. There's no difference. You're just telling me it's going from Florida to where
there's less exposure to the sun, because if you are in an angled rotating object relative to this
source of radiation, how can it be less exposure if it's a sphere? It's the same exposure.
No, it is not. Not in every part. Hey, not on every part of the sphere.
That's what I'm saying.
Which is why we have summer in the north while we have winter in the south, and vice versa.
I see. In total, is the sphere not receiving the same exact amount of radiation?
In
You can
total,
tilt
more
it
or
any
less.
way you want to tilt it. You can turn it around, upside down, back and forth. It's receiving exactly the same amount of exposure from the sun.
Yes,
Yes or no?
as a total sphere, more or less, yes.
More or less. Well, how is it less? How do you get less amount of exposure by spitting the ball?
I didn't say more. I didn't say more. I didn't say more or less because of the spin. I'm just saying you're going to get about the same amount of radiation if you take the entire Earth into
Yeah.
account and average all radiation.
Okay, that I
Given
agree
what?
with. You're getting the same amount of radiation. Okay, perfect.
Not on
I
all
agree with
points
that.
not on all points of the Earth, but if you average the entirety of
Average
the
the
Earth
entire
on a given
right.
day,
If you average the entire Earth, you're getting the same amount of exposure and radiation from the sun. Correct.
if you average the entire Earth and compare it to another point in the year, yes,
Wonderful. So how is it colder?
because there's one
Winter.
part of the Earth that at one time is going to be angled towards, and another time is going to be angled away. But if it's angled away, there's going to be another part that's angled towards. If it's angled towards, there's going to be another part that's angled away. So they're going to both average out, but because it is tilted and because it is spinning and because it is orbiting, you're going to get, in general, you okay, Godwin?
I'm sorry. That's background noise. Sorry about that. Let me mute it.
No. So you're going to get on average the same amount, while at different locations you're going to get varying amounts. But if you take all of the locations and all of the points on the globe, they're going to average out to be about the same.
But so if the average is about to be the same, is it actually colder or is it the same?
It's going to be colder in some spots at some times and warmer in spots at some spots and sometimes, because that angle as you go around the orbit is going to affect those angled towards and away differently.
I think the discussion is in the winter it's colder, right? In the summer it's hotter in general. So that applies to the tilt of the sun, exposure to the earth
Tilt of
from
the
this
earth.
radiation.
Tilt of the earth, not tilt of the sun.
Tilt of the earth, right? Did I say it right?
No, you said it. You said tilt of the sun.
So in one place it's colder, granted, but another place is actually hotter. My point is
Yes.
they're equal.
Yes.
It's a
No,
balance.
not that they're not equal. It's that if you
One is
take
getting
an
hotter
average,
and one is getting colder. It's a balance.
that if you take the average amount of radiation that the Earth receives at
It's the
one
same.
point when it's summer and winter versus another point where it's summer and winter, you're going to get about the same averages across the points of the year, because one might be receiving more and the other is less. But if you go 6 months in the future, the other is going to get less and the other is going to get more.
So in total, it's just about the same amount of heat.
Not the same amount of heat in a given area. It's going to get the same amount of radiation across the entire
One gets
Earth if you average the entire Earth.
One gets hotter, one gets
Yes, at summer versus winter in another spot, but then it'll be reversed 6 months down the line.
right. Well, that makes sense. And you're claiming the distance makes basically as a negligible effect, 3 million miles from
Yes,
90 million miles.
because that is less than 3% the distance from a radiating object.
It's actually more than 3%, but it would be 3% at 100 million. So it's actually more than 3%, correct?
I thought it was about 3% once you took the actual distance, but yeah, I'll take any correction you have on that.
Okay. Well, I think we covered it. Apocryphon, comment on that? My point is, you were talking about. I felt you were saying only one part of the equation. It's colder here, but it's actually hotter over here. So in total, the same.
They're both going to average. They're both going to average out because where it's colder in one place, 6 months later it's going to be hotter in that place, and vice versa, and the line of latitude, for that other part. If you want to just take two comparisons. In fact, I can give you some very easy readings
Now, let
of
me say this.
radiation received.
But before we go into readings, what would we expect? I would expect there would be a slight difference in 3 million miles, 3%, 4% difference, whatever the percentage. So meaning that where the sun is hottest, where the sun is directly pointed at the sphere, that should be hotter, 3 million miles closer. And that point, wherever the sun is facing, when it's farther, should be colder. The sunspot or the hottest part of the Earth. Is that what we'd find? Even if only by a degree or two?
I would have to look at exactly what the output is and where we are in that elliptical orbit, because it's the ellipsis of the orbit that causes that slight difference in distance, right? And I'm happy to look into exactly what that difference might end up being, but it is negligible when compared to the variables of time exposed to the radiation and directness of that radiation.
Well, but when you time is the same thing is area, because the time would be less in this area but more in this area. So
Yes,
again,
but that's the whole point.
Same amount of heat, just different place.
Exactly.
So I have to see if it actually does get colder, being farther, having the distance farther. And I'd like to see if it actually gets hotter, the distance being closer by 3 million miles or 3% plus. That'd be interesting to find out. And that probably satisfied me, because if it's closer, even if it's only 3%, that might identify as 3% more heat or something similar. And if it's farther by 3%, that should be 3% less heat or something in the area. Not exactly, but so I wonder if it does show that.
I'm happy to look into it.
That'll be the next discussion. Anybody else want to hop in, comment? Thank you for your time, but
I will say, Godric, there's a good reason that flat earthers got off of that, like bringing this up as an issue, because this has been explained about 750 times, and everyone realizes, okay, well, I don't have to accept the fact that the Earth is a globe, but if it is, this makes complete sense, right? Where Apocryphon is trying to bring up an issue where, like, no, like, this doesn't even make sense on a globe, which is bullshit. He's just misunderstanding even the basics. He can't even differentiate convection versus radiation, which is a key when he's trying to analogize this to something like a bonfire.
I'd be satisfied if we get some hotter temperatures, 3 million miles closer, and if we get colder temperatures when it's 3 million miles more distant, regardless of any spin or tilt or angle. That's what I'd be looking for.
So, seems like because of the dispersion, right? So, if you are at a are you there, Godric?
Yeah, I'm still here. Go ahead.
Okay. So, if you look at every single radiating object has kind of a rate that the radiation kind of disperses at. It's kind of like saying if I set a uranium ball in the middle of my living room, I should probably not get close to the thing. My whole family's going to die if I put it in the middle of the living room, right? But if I sit it in, 2 miles away, it's obviously not going to be that bad, right? So you can measure how much radiation spreads out, gets thinner, you could say, based on the distance. That depends on the amount of radiation that's giving out by an object, your distance from it, and how much radiation is given out, per square meter, essentially, at a given distance. This equates to about a 0.002% difference in radiation received at perihelion versus perigee versus apogee. And so, yes, there is a slight difference. I can even send you the study from Colorado State that shows you how you see these differences. Here's the difficulty about it is that the Earth goes on about a 23,000 year cycle that you can represent with the sine wave, that because the year doesn't exactly coincide with perihelion, perigee and the apogee of the eccentric, of like the elliptical circle or the ellipsis that's created from it, right? So we're about halfway through one of those cycles apparently right now, where there is a moment where summer is kind of the summer in the northern hemisphere, not the southern hemisphere, is where we're actually farthest away by this, a little more than 3% or whatever. But because of the density of the radiation given out by the sun, that only equates to about a 0.002% difference in the amount of radiation received. Now, the question is can we measure that 0.002% radiation difference in the weather patterns, right, and the heating that happens on the Earth, particularly in the southern hemisphere, where we would have summers potentially receiving more radiation at that time? The answer is yes, you can do that. However, it's a moving goalpost, right? It's constantly kind of like shifting down. It's a very slow shift, but it is a shift. But they have done it. I'm happy to send you the study with it. It accounts for, about 1/100 of a degree average difference. So not much.
So you're saying 3% closer and point something percent hotter. Is that what you're saying? 0.00 hotter.
Yeah, it's 3% closer, 0.002% hotter.
All bullshit.
0.002 more radiation.
Hang on.
All bullshit.
Because of the amount and the density of the radiation from
bullshit
where the sun is and where we are.
Okay, but RC, doesn't that conflict with the globe model?
No, not at all. Because
doesn't the globe model tell us it actually gets colder?
Well, you have to simply ask yourself listen, Godric. Simply have to ask yourself, how dense is the radiation from the sun 3% closer to the sun versus right here? And the answer is it's not a 1-to-1 ratio, right? It's actually
I'll give you to skip that part. It's not wasting any time on that part. I'll give you
that. That's my entire point, though. Don't skip that part.
Give you.
Because that's my whole point. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
That's not the discussion, though. That's not the discussion, as far as I know.
Exactly what the discussion.
I'll give it to you that it's negligible. You can't tell. That's fine. Okay. What I'm looking for is how is it colder on the whole being closer. And that's all I was looking for.
Yeah,
this whole discussion.
You already got that answer.
How is it reversed? What it should be. That's my whole point.
Yeah, because the variables of the directness, aka your angle to the sun, and the time.
But didn't we discuss that? Didn't we discuss that? To be cold in one place
are much greater.
But didn't we discuss that it was colder in one area and hotter in one area, but on the whole,
you're going to
balance.
Yes, and that's why that balance. Can you calculate the difference in that balance between perigee and apogee of the elliptical circle, the elliptical orbit? The answer is yes, and it's about a 0.002% difference that you're going to see on those averages between perigee and apogee.
Right, and that's what I want to try to find out. I haven't seen the difference. Instead of being hotter, it's showing actually colder on the whole.
No, it's not saying colder on the whole. Remember, this is about amount of radiation that you get, right, on the whole.
Okay, so here's your point. I think I heard you say when the Earth is 3 million miles closer, it's not colder on the whole.
It is going to be when it's 3 million miles closer. It's going to receive 0.002% more radiation, aka
Okay,
on
see
the whole,
that's where
you can make
I
it.
was confused
You can make
because
that
I
fraction
I
of a
understand it.
percentage. You can make that fraction of a percentage warmer because of the radiation that's there.
I understood that the globe model claimed that the sun being the distance between the sun and Earth being 3 million miles closer is actually colder and not hotter, and you're saying that's not the case.
No, that's only the he's bringing up the fact that this happens to coincide with the part of the year that we would call summer, right? But the other part of the year would call winter, and vice
Are
versa.
you in America? Are you in
Yes.
America?
Yes.
So, we would. So to be fair, we'd have to discuss what happens in New Zealand, in
Yes.
Australia, and possibly in Chile to
Yep.
see if it's I don't know if it's uniform or if it's going to be opposite over there.
Exactly, and that's something that they have indeed measured. Which again, we have measured how much radiation do we see from the sun, and we do see this 0.002% difference in perigee versus apogee.
So would you say it's a false claim if they say the temperature is actually colder when there's less distance? Would you say that's a false claim?
Yes, it would be not only a false claim, it would be just a northern hemisphere claim, which is kind of dumb because we're talking about the entire Earth, whether you're talking about flat Earth or globe Earth, right? Like it just completely ignores the fact that, well, wait a minute, yeah, it's colder here, but it's
Okay.
hot as blazes in
Okay. So
freaking
to be
Australia.
clear, okay, I get that. So to be clear, in northern hemisphere, let's say America may have a colder winter because of the tilt, like you say. But let's say Chile, let's say Chile gets a direct sunlight, which is opposite America. Let's say, for
Yep,
example, or New
exactly.
Zealand or Australia. Just pick one. Okay, that actually should be hotter when the distance is less, three
Yeah,
million miles.
and I told you what that.
And
Yes, and
this
I told you
and
what
flip
that's going
that
to
in
be.
the summer, it should be actually hot. And if you flip that, the summer should be hotter, um,
Yes,
being closer and not have to do with the tilt.
yes, but again, we're talking about 0.002% differences,
So it's
right?
not a uniform relation to distance.
Well, I'm just saying that it is a compared to time in sun for a given place and directness of sun, it is an incredibly like it's kind of like saying, well, what's the difference between my average summer temperature is 82 degrees, but in my for my same latitude with the same sun exposure at the same amount of time in the south, it's going to be 82.003 degrees. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, well, yeah, there is I guess a slight average difference, but again, the difference is more accounted for the directness of the sun and it's a much greater factor. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I want to challenge that claim. If I hear it again, someone saying that it's actually colder um, when there's less distance between the sun and the Earth, because on the sun side it should be actually hotter according to you by 0.002.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually going to be slightly
Or
hotter.
you can also say, in that case, you can just say negligible. Not every 1%, right? So you can say negligible.
Yeah, well, because like you use Chile for an example, right? It's like, okay, well, let's look at Valparaiso in the northern part of Chile, which is hotter than hell, or Antofagasta, which is hotter than hell in the northern part of Chile. And you're going to see is like, wow, it is 100 degrees outside right now. It is sweating balls. And in Mexico City, or in Veracruz, Mexico, it's also sweating balls. It's like, wow, when it comes to 100 degrees or 100.002 degrees, it's still hot as balls. But you can also see that their latitudes are about the same, and the temperature variation at sea level is going to be about the same, right? It all equals hot as balls in the summer. But they're gonna laugh at you in Veracruz if you tell them, like December's the best time to go to the beach. I was like, well, no, like it's not that it's warm here. It's better than Michigan, that's for sure. Right. And then because in Antofagasta at that exact same moment, it is now summer. Right. So to tell you that we're closer, but it's colder is like, well, no, that's only thinking about Veracruz, Mexico. You're not thinking about Antofagasta, Chile.
Wonderful. And we can probably move on from that for now. My questions are answered. Now, I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say that space doesn't conduct heat. So is that to say that a space vacuum can conduct radiation, but not heat? So we're talking about radiation. Is that what we're talking about?
Radiation isn't. So you look at the words here, right? Conducting heat means that I have matter that is absorbing energy, right? And the point of space is that there is no matter there to speak of that is absorbing any energy, right? But there is energy that's being propagated that's called the electromagnetic waves, right? In the electromagnetic spectrum, light can shine through a vacuum. It doesn't need a medium like water or air or something like that to shine through. Light is an excellent example of electromagnetic energy that's being propagated without a medium. Conduction and convection require a medium. It requires like a material that's there. Convection is when you simply heat up a material and then transport it to another place. You can do that with air. That's how, we heat our homes. Or you can do it with conduction, like you can make a hot object touch another hot object, and it transfers heat from one to another. That's what we do on our stoves. But if you want to do it with a light, that's electromagnetic radiation, right? I don't need air in here for my light in my room to work, right? It's not that heat, that electromagnetic energy that's from that light is not propagating through any medium. So that's what
the probe we sent into the sun, did that burn up or did it not get burned up from the radiation?
Say that again.
The probe that NASA sent into the sun, did that recently, did that get burned up or did that not melt from the sun's electromagnetic?
Well, if I remember correctly, the probe that was like sent by the sun, it actually, because there is matter in the sun, right? The question is there matter between here and the sun? The answer is, well, not very much, right? Very, very little. But I think if I remember correctly with that probe that was sent to the sun, it actually went through part of what they call the sun's atmosphere colloquially, which is just like there is matter that's being given off by the sun, or at the sun's kind of corona. There's matter there. It's plasma. And they flew through that matter, right? They sent those probe through that matter. Now, I don't know the specifics of it. I'm not going to pretend to, but from what I understood of it, just from the things that I heard about it, they actually made contact with the matter that, is being emitted from the sun. But that is different than the electromagnetic radiation that's being emitted from the sun, which we can see in the form of light and all the other spectra of electromagnetic radiation. It's violet light, infrared light, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, but to be clear, did it melt or did it not
melt? From what I understand, it did not, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to make a claim about the thing
and that melting or not. It's shocking to me that they can send a probe or some kind of satellite into the sun's atmosphere and it not melt. And that I wanted to call bullshit on that. But I didn't have enough information on that.
Well, Godric, like think of it like this, right? If I touch a piece of iron that is 2,000 degrees, right? Effing molten iron, my hand's going to get effed up real quick, right? Versus let's say if I fire 3 molecules at you that are 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, do you think that would affect you?
No, the effect would be very minimal.
Yes, and that's kind of the whole point. There is like, it just matter having a certain temperature only really has an effect when you have a lot of that matter colliding with a lot more of that matter, right? And so, you do not want to put your hand in 2,000 degrees worth of molten iron because that matter is incredibly, incredibly dense, right? And that much heat with that much matter is really going to F that whatever matter up that it's coming in contact with. However, if you thin that matter out to the point where like actually it's 80 million times less dense than iron, you have 80 million times less energy with that thing, because even though it's hot, quote unquote, there's really not much of it there to affect it as much. And that's the same thing that happens with, in space. They say it's really cold or it's really hot in space. Well, what they really mean is that, yes, there is a lot of electromagnetic energy or a lack of electromagnetic energy to heat whatever matter is there, right? But the reality is that like it's, 2,000 degrees at sea level with air and iron is very different than 2,000 degrees when there's almost no matter that we're talking about and it's incredibly thin, right? When you can actually measure the space between molecules in millimeters, right? It's that spread out.
But how about the surface area of the object? Let's say the probe, right? The
Well,
surface
yeah,
area of the
and that's
object
where
is exposed to. You can say electromagnetic, you can say radiation, whatever word you want to use. And why wouldn't it melt? For example, if the sun is reaching all the way to the Earth and heating up the Earth nicely, which is 90 million miles 9 million miles farther away, how is it heating up the Earth when it can't even melt the probe right up against it?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is like, and number one, I'm not making a claim about that specific probe. I don't know anything about the probe, right? But the answer is always going to be, I can only melt something if I get that thing up to its melting point. For that, I need enough energy to get that material up to 2,000 degrees. If I only have one molecule every 5 millimeters, right, which is incredibly, incredibly thin air, right? There's hardly any matter there. It Even if that matter that's one molecule every 2 millimeters, if it's that spread apart, I still can't get enough energy into that matter that I'm trying to melt to get the thing to melt.
Um,
And
here's
you want to know that you want to know the very easy way of thinking about this, Godric? It's something that we experience every single day. Do you ever notice that you have to bake things at different temperatures the higher you go? It's because in a convection oven in Denver, Colorado, even though it's 400 degrees, it is 400 degrees of less matter than in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, where there's a lot more matter that you are heating up to 400 degrees and thus can cook your food a lot more because there's more
right.
energy with more matter.
So, are you
Right?
saying that if there was atmosphere between here and the sun, we would get fried instantly from the sun?
Uh, uh, I would imagine so. I'm not enough of an astrophysicist to be able to tell you. If there were air between here and the sun, I imagine we'd have a lot more problems than getting fried.
Yeah, because you're saying, you're getting hit. You use the example, get hit by a few molecules of heat because of the vacuum in between. So if there wasn't a vacuum in between, we should get the full heat.
Well, he would be transferred in a very different way, right? Right now, the only way that heat is being transferred from the sun to us is through radiation, right? It's propagating through space and it is heating us. Now, it's a big effing nuclear reaction, so we get a lot of radiation from it, not enough to heat the entire planet. Cool, right? But that's still a very different world than we're swimming through a soup of, 8,000 degree or 1 million degree stuff. Yes, that would not be very good for us. Which obviously we're not, and is not the claim of the globe. And so again, the whole point here is like, I don't know where they flew in through the sun. I wouldn't have any way of knowing that. I haven't done a lot of research on it, but the point is like, I guarantee you, it's not like they flew through something as thick as our atmosphere that was 1 million degrees, right? The stuff that they flew through was 1 million degrees, but it was not as thick as our atmosphere is. There wasn't actually still that much material. there. It was enough for them to sample. I'm sure it was enough for it to cause plenty of problems. Maybe it even destroyed the probe, right? Like, because 1,000,000 degrees is 1,000,000 degrees if you're dealing with anything outside of negligible, amounts of matter. But I don't know how much it would take, how hot the probe actually got.
But
You
then,
know what I mean?
but then also 1,000,000 degrees wouldn't be 1,000,000 degrees, would it?
It'd still be 1,000,000 degrees. The question is it enough energy to heat the probe up to 1,000,000 degrees? Because it doesn't matter if it's, if I shoot at you 5 molecules that are all 1,000,000 degrees, it can't. Those molecules cannot heat you up to 1,000,000 degrees. There's too much matter in you to be transferred from even those 5 molecules that are still 1,000,000 degrees, right? You need enough matter to be able to heat the probe up to 1,000,000 degrees to get the thing, or 2,000 degrees or 3,000 degrees or whatever it is that these probes are made out of, that would allow them to actually melt. And that's where I don't have those calculations or know enough about it to tell you, oh yeah, here's what happened and here's how hot it actually got, because here's the density.
And it makes me think another question. Is that to say that in a scientific, I mean, in a vacuum chamber here on Earth, when basic vacuum chamber, that you can transfer heat through that vacuum once you suck all the air out? Is that just correct to say that?
You can't transfer it through conduction or convection. You could transfer it through radiation. I could still bring let me give you a good example. I could bring a space heater into that,
Let's use
or
something
like
plastic. Let's use a molten iron bar that's hot. Like where it gets hot, it starts
oh
turning
yeah,
red.
yeah, yeah.
And you stick that into a vacuum chamber. Would it not transmit the heat to the whole chamber as it would without the vacuum?
It probably wouldn't transfer as much heat as something like if I brought a really, really bright light into there and showed it right in your face. Your face would still feel hot because you would be still getting radiation from that lamp, right? From that really, really bright light. But that's not because there's air moving from, going past that light and heating that air up and then touching you. It's because there is electromagnetic radiation that is being transferred through space onto your skin that is heating your skin up, right? You see the
Right,
difference?
but I'm using the vacuum chamber because you can really test this, right? So
Oh
let's say
yeah,
we get a
yeah.
vacuum chamber. We put a molten bar in the chamber, and then let's say 6 inches over, you put a thermometer, right? So now let's do it. Let's do a test. Let's check the temperature with no vacuum, and we'll check the temperature with vacuum, being 6 inches away from a heat source, molten bar, whatever you can pick, whatever heat source you can fit into a vacuum chamber. Would we get a substantially less temperature within the vacuum? That would be your
Yes,
claim?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, because
Now
something
that would
that's
be not touching it, because there would be a point where if you touched that bar, now it's no longer about conduction, or sorry, convection or radiation. Now it's about conduction. I can touch that molten bar and it's going to F me up pretty good, because the heat is going to transfer from the matter in the molten iron bar to the matter in my glove and then my hand. And it's going to F me up real good. You know what I mean? Because there is heat transfer. But if you're asking, am I going to feel heat off of that iron bar? You're definitely not going to feel as much, because there's no air being transferred from that molten bar to, that's getting heated up as it goes across the bar and then hitting your hand, which would be convection, right?
right. Of course, if you touch it, then that's obviously the gate.
Conduction then.
Then
Yep,
it's
that's
conduction, right? So
yeah, that would be
hypothetically, this makes me think. Hypothetically, let's change this scenario. Let's say we put an astronaut in a spacesuit in space floating around. Direct sunlight, 12 o'clock noon. Are they going to be okay, or are they going to be destroyed by either heat or radiation?
so. If without a spacesuit on, now number
No,
one,
with the spacesuit. With the spacesuit.
oh yeah. So yes, on the one side of the spacesuit, you're going to get a lot of radiation that is heating up the matter in the spacesuit, right? But you're not going to get it's not going to be as bad as if there were heated up 2,000 degree air touching that spacesuit. You know what I mean? It's simply, okay, it's like heating up the spacesuit, but that's why spacesuits, they have cooling systems in them, right? They actually have coolants. And what it does, it
So you
spreads
think
that
you
heat
think that
out.
the you think the astronaut will be okay in space through facing the sun?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if they have one of these spacesuits on that helps distribute the heat around it, that'll allow the spacesuit, number one, to uniformly cool itself um, as it needs to be, and then on the cold side of it, it'll distribute that heat from the other side around.
So you think it'd be more heat? More heat because what? Because they don't have the protection of the atmosphere. Is that what would be more heat?
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be more heat. It would be less because there is no atmosphere to speak of up there that would be transferring heat to the material in there. It's just the radiation. Now, that doesn't mean it's no heat, right? It's because the radiation is definitely still heating up that suit for sure, but it's enough for a cooling system to be able to deal with.
Okay. Thanks for your time. I'm gonna run. I have a few things to do, but I'll be back later tonight or tomorrow.
Deuces, Godric.
Is is convection actually like a modality of heat transfer from one thing to another? I tried.
Yes.
I was looking up like the difference between conduction and convection. And conduction is simple, but all it was telling me about convection was like movement in a fluid caused by heat.
Yeah. So easiest way of thinking about convection. I always teach this to kids by and adults too by simply using examples. The best example of
Hmm.
convection is what happens to a heater in your house. Your heater heats air up right next to it, and then it blows that hot air through your house, right? Or forces it. If it's forced air, it'll force it through your house, right? So all you're doing is getting heated air moved from one part of your house to the other, right? That's convection,
Hmm.
right? Think of the word convey. I'm conveying it from one place
Right
to
on.
another, right?
Right, but
Conduction,
the conduction would be between the hot plates and the space heater
exactly,
with to the air touching it. But
exactly.
I
And
guess,
so
but I suppose the heater isn't touching the room, on the other side of the
there you go.
doorway. Okay,
Yep. So
that's fair.
conduction is anytime I'm conducting it from one material to another. And think of it as a stovetop, right? I set a pan on a stovetop. The stove will heat the pan. The stove cannot heat the pan unless the stove is touching the pan, right? So
Yeah.
I have to have them touching. Radiation is anything that's not that pretty much. It's if I don't
I got
need
that too. Yeah.
Yep. Any if I have something like light or anything electromagnetic that's going from one place to another, but there's not like air or a fluid or water or even a solid material, none of that, but it's propagating through space, then that's going to be radiation.
In a vacuum, uh, there can be conduction and radiation, but not convection, right?
Yes, you can't. I mean, because there are no fluids in space to be
Right.
able to convey that heat, you're not going to
Right.
get convection, right? But you can get conduction because even in space, I could take something that's really hot and touch it with something else and it will
Right.
transfer the heat. And radiation, because I don't need a fluid or anything else, I can receive electromagnetic radiation. I mean, you're receiving electromagnetic radiation if you're standing under a light, right? Now, is it
Mm-hmm.
enough to heat you up? No, it's not, but it's still electromagnetic radiation. I could suck all the air out of a room, and that you would still see that light.
Like a heat lamp for a lizard or something, but
Yeah.
that's not what we use for houses or anything. I get it.
Yep. Yep. And in fact, there's a good reason we don't use heat lamps for heating people up, is because that's a lot of radiation on skin, and you get literal sunburns from that kind of stuff, to the point where like you'll definitely get skin cancer if you like stand under a a light like that
Yeah,
for too long.
UV light or something.
Yep.
No, thank you. Although some people fucking lay in those tanning beds, crazy bastards.
Yeah. I mean, and yeah, that's I've had I had an aunt who is like struggling and will eventually die from melanoma because of things like tanning beds and stuff like that.
Oh man, it's too
It's pretty
bad.
bad. Yeah, it is really. It is too bad, but it's nothing to f around with. But this is why I'm saying, like, hey, you don't have to believe in a globe, but like, the idea of convection, conduction, and radiation. Those are testable things that we all know and see and use every single day. We don't have to deny their existence for us to simply acknowledge, hey, these are significantly different ways of transferring energy, right?
It, in a sense, isn't conduction, if you zoom in close enough between like the two objects, still like radiation? Or I mean, because like what agent transfers the kinetic energy, or the thermal energy? Would
Yeah,
it?
well, that's a really good question. So yeah, some of it can be right, and you're right. There's always it either with radiation or convection. There's usually some type of like conduction that ends up happening, right, one way or the other. And the answer is like, well, when it comes to if I'm heating up uh, a stove, pan on the stove top, the mechanism is actually going to be one molecule hitting another, right? So it's actually the movement of molecules and how fast or slow those molecules are moving and vibrating back and forth. Whereas with something like convection, you are going to get a conduction at the beginning of the process where a molecule from heater or fire or whatever is going to hit molecules that's in the air, and then those molecules are going to get a lot of energy, and then they're going to hit your skin. And there's conduction at both ends of them, but the transfer is through convection. And then
Right,
in
from source.
radiation,
Yeah.
it can actually be two things. It can be either the excitement of electrons, which like watch the hell out for that. That's when you start getting like molecules
It'd be like
breaking
a
down.
microwave.
Yeah, exactly. Watch the hell out for that, right? And you can get actually heating from that, or you can cause um, electrons to, or sorry, not electrons, but molecules to actually move because you're imparting more energy into them, not only through the electrons, but also through other things like convection that might happen in, like, for example, boiling water. Boiling water will roll, aka it'll convect things
Hmm.
even when it's being like I can radiate the thing to boiling, right? And put enough
Right.
energy into it that it starts moving, for example. And then it's, all of them kind of working together to be able to do it. But ultimately, it can be either through actual movement of molecules themselves or um, electron excitement.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you. Cool that it's Trinity. I just like things that I like things that come in threes or in any sort of set amount. I love things that come in set amounts, like platonic solids. There's five, end of story.
Yo, is it silent all of a sudden?
What's up, Kosho?
Holy fuck.
I know Xanax in the room and everything.
No shit, dude. You fucking freaked the fuck out of me. Fuck. I pressed, I tried to turn it up really loud. I turned it up way too loud, dude. Fuck.
Now your girl knows you're talking on the internet. Are you gonna get grounded, or I'm gonna make
I'm
sure
gonna
you're
go back
okay?
to. I'm washing the car. I'm washing the car.
You watching cars?
Yeah, well, washing her car. Yeah,
You're just watching a car
that's what I'm doing right now.
to see if it transforms into a transformer,
Washing,
or like
washing the car.
washing. Wow, I thought you were just
Fucking
watching cars.
yeah. Let me go. Let me go back. Fuck. Sorry, man. It's hot in the garage. It's cold outside. Anyway,
You guys got a garage?
yeah, dude. What are you talking about? Of
You live
course.
in a cul-de-sac?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Do you live in a cul-de-sac?
Yeah. How'd you know that?
Because I know you know about the streets as long as they ain't in a circle.
Okay, yeah, dude. I'm from the real streets, dude. From the Bronx. Dude, I was in 24/7 the other night, and what's his name? Elijah was talking to this kid. He was a Glober, trying to he was on the fence. He sounded like he was from New York. I could tell he was from the Bronx, and so he's like, you know what? Kosho's listening. Let's let Kosho talk to this guy and see if he'll get both sides. And I was talking to the kid, dude. I was like, "You're from the Bronx, aren't you?" He was like, "Yeah, how'd you know that?" Like, I'm from the streets, dude. And then, I gave him the 1-2 skidoo, and he was a Glober again. Whole thing.
So Eli let you talk the kid back into being a Glober?
He asked me to. I don't know why, but I obliged.
It's weird.
It was weird, yeah. I think they're so desperate for Globers in there that they took the chance, I guess. Anyways, I'll be back in 10-15.
Bro, that shit better be spotless or you're grounded.
Yeah, okay, dude. She's on the computer now, so I think I can hang out on here for a little bit. But yeah, give me 10 or 15.
That's supposed to be the opposite. I thought they were trying to get people onto flat Earth, not back onto the globe.
Well, I think
I wouldn't even let you talk over there if it was up to me.
Yeah, they usually don't. I think that they thought that I was going to look stupid or something.
You're one of the best you're one of the best globers out there. Like, you got it all over. I mean, if you look at it like this, I was talking to one of my friends about this earlier. Those guys like McToons and Fight the Flat Earth, they've been getting these Twitter dudes, like these no-name Twitter dudes that ain't been in the trenches, right? And now, as on the other hand, you Zanuck, Rumpus, all you guys have basically been going up against the Michael Jordans, like dudes like me and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, you're gonna be a way better glower than them dudes are.
Who's the Michael Jordan of the Special Olympics? I think there probably is one. Huh? I don't know who it is, but yeah, it's like that. It's like the Michael. You like the Michael Jordans of the Special Olympics.
No, that's not what it's like. You're ruining my analogy.
But yeah, I mean, there's some truth to that. I mean, just because what's his name? What's that fucker's name? Fight the Flat Earth, and even both of them, they get too arrogant sometimes. They're so sure of themselves. I think it's because they're so used to their, being on their channels and stuff like that. But they're pretty smart guys too. Not really Fight the Flat Earth so much, but the other guy, McToon. But still, they do lack in experience with actual arguments.
Yeah, so I mean, on a scale of like,
has McToon ever said anything that's not verbatim off of Google?
Maybe. I don't listen. I don't really listen. He's boring to me.
Does he have any original ideas?
He might. I mean, like I said, he's boring to me, so I really don't pay attention to him. I heard him arguing with Witsit last night, but even that was, he's driven by emotion too much sometimes. BRB. Hold on.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know why heads think them dudes are special or anything. Like, they ain't got no kind of Glober superpowers and shit. If anything, they suck because they've been going against fucking noobs this whole time. If you go on McToons or Fight the Flat Earth and get fucked up, that's embarrassing. It's like they've been playing basketball with their little sister for years, and you guys been playing against like Jordan and shit. The actual Globers here in the trenches. Seriously, they get these dudes off Twitter. I never even heard of these dudes. Are they even real flat earthers? Who knows? Osho's worth at least 3 McToons in a Fight the Flat Earth. Do you want to play horse? You want to play horse? I'll fuck you up, bro. I'm the horse champ. I hit a half court shot in the other gym like a few weeks ago. Yeah, it was just me and Mackenzie in there. She was just sweeping the floor. I just fucking chucked one up. That shit went in. I was like, oh. Osho's worth 2 McToons, a Fight the Flat Earth, and a Professor Dave. Even he's up like Doofus and shit. Doofus is probably better than Fight the Flat Earth and them dudes. Negator, he's definitely better than them. Them dudes ain't even on my radar. Who the fuck are them dudes? I'm good on that, bro. I'm good. That looks terrible. Save it for Mackenzie. Yo, is anyone there? Oh, there we go. What's up? How we doing? Hello. Am I coming through? Microphone check. Microphone check. Remember that? That's Vex. You guys remember DOS Effects? They were pretty good back in the day. Was somebody about to say something? What's up? Go. It's fucking Wednesday night. Is it Wednesday? Are you guys there? Gosho's busy watching cars. Make sure no one steals him or something. He must be in the hood. He claims he's in a cul-de-sac, but he's watching the cars. Yo, could you guys hear me that whole time? Why was I in a room? It looked like there was like 30 people up in here. Are we good in here? The room list said it was like 30 people. What's it? Everyone was up in here, and then I rejoined, and it's like 6 people. Car, what up? What do you need my knife for?
Jeremy, what's good, bro? Mind you.
Can you guys hear me? What's good?
Jeremy, what's good, bro?
Chilling. What's up?
Much chilling.
Who's that, Car?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? What's up?
Are in Kentucky.
You got it. Kentucky.
Yeah, I got you. How you like it there?
Yeah, it's all right.
You ever been to Mammoth Cave?
I have. Yes, sir. Just up the road.
Just up the road? That's cool.
Yeah, I'm about 45 minutes away, something like that.
Not bad. 45 minutes away from Cave City. Some good attractions there. You ever been to
We're getting yelled
Bernheim
at.
Forest?
We're definitely getting yelled at.
What was that again?
Have you ever been to Bernheim Forest and seen the wood giants?
Yo, we good over here or what?
Heard of it.
I think Jeremy's hot micing. Don't mind him.
Or you ain't gonna get it tomorrow. Don't lock this up. I gotta bring bags back up here.
Hey, Jeremy.
It's fucking 9 p.m. What's up? What's up, guys?
Oh, nothing. You're just hot micing. It's all good. Don't forget the baggies. You ever been to Churchill Downs? Seen a horse race?
No, I
Mr.
haven't been up.
Kentucky?
I've been at Saratoga racetrack. That's right near me, right up the road.
That's cool. Get your gamble on.
No, I don't gamble anymore. I used to a little bit, not crazy.
You know Ken Wheeler car?
I know the name.
He's just a pretty popular YouTuber. Talks about ether, magnetism, stuff like that. Some, I don't want to call them religious views, whatever, spiritual metaphysics views or whatever on YouTube. He lives out in Lexington.
Yeah, that's a couple hours away from me. I don't get up that way too often.
Uh,
I live close to Bowling Green, where they make Corvette.
cool, cool.
Get out of there.
So, my bad. Were you talking to me? I'm busy with my coworkers. What's good?
Oh no, we were just talking about Kentucky stuff. You a fan of bourbon?
I don't like to drink that much, but yeah, I like a shot of bourbon every once in a while.
When you're in the mood, yeah.
Yeah,
What kind of bourbon you drinking, Fundy?
Oh, me, I haven't had bourbon in like 6 years, but I'm boring. I was boring when I did drink it. Just Jim Beam, just the stuff you'll see just sold, at fucking Walgreens or some shit, just like kind of a popular shitty brand. You gotta, although Kentucky, it's known for its bourbon. So what do you got? Like Old Forester and Maker's Mark and some of the higher shelf, bourbons. Not Jim Beam. I think that's probably kind of shit compared to those. Although I did have some Old Forester the other day. It was way better than Jim Beam.
You ever have Woodford Reserve?
Oh, you know what? That's what I was thinking of. That's what I had the other day. Yeah, that was pretty good actually.
I had that one time. I don't really know exactly all the things, but I was just like Googling some actually to see what drinks I drank. I drank Crown for a little while.
Crown Royal.
Yeah, vodka
Is
was
that
the go-to
is that
mainly.
bourbon? I
It's
thought
a
Crown Royal is
whiskey.
whiskey.
Yeah, it's whiskey. I was
Yeah,
just
Crown
saying.
Royal's good.
Uh, what's that one I was thinking of?
While you're thinking of that, Brett, have you had any experiences or thoughts of recently about homunculus?
Yeah, yesterday actually, when I was making these old recipe of these little pastry balls, I guess you could say, and they're kind of coated in honey. I was holding
Cool.
one. It reminded me of the image that I saw.
Oh, how is that?
It was like a YouTube video I saw. I don't think it was a real thing, but it just replicated it. It looked like a Play-Doh thing, like a Play-Doh worm or something. Yeah,
I'm
I didn't
lost.
really like. Yeah, it wasn't really like a deep thought about it. It was just like a reflection of an image I saw while researching that. Trying to
Hmm,
find videos on YouTube.
okay. I was watching this anime. It's a classic, pretty well respected, although a little bit too there's some things in it that I think are really pushing the boundaries. Yeah, I won't go into it. It's just kind of there's some things that I think are in bad taste about this anime, but it's called Neon Genesis Neon Genesis Evangelion. You might have heard of it. And uh, the main character is this 14-year-old boy, and the world, well, at least Japan, is being attacked by what they call angels. And the show, as far as I've watched in the show so far, like 10 episodes out of like 26, they never tell you where these angels come from, but they come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. They're always giant. Usually they're giant. There's like a computer virus that they even called an angel, and that was weird. But usually they're like flying, uh, like they're sort of like Godzilla type kaiju monsters, although some are like floating cubes, and they kind of come one at a time to try to destroy humanity in Tokyo. And humanity's one defense against these angel attacks, whatever they are, they have blood, but they're also kind of like mechanical and made out of like steel, like or just some weird stuff. It's like a weird like cyborg sort of mixture usually. Um, Humanity's one defense is that they've figured out how to build these giant synthetic beings, like 200-foot, like flesh cyborg, like half robot, half flesh, like beings, but they lack a consciousness, and so they need a pilot. But for some reason, you have to like be under a certain age in order to pilot it. So the main character is this 14-year-old boy who humanity is putting its trust in to pilot this giant human suit. And of course, you know, he sits in the head. His little pilot room is in the head of this giant flesh suit, and you know, he uses that to fight the angels off and kill them. And one interesting thing about the design of his like, you know, giant flesh thing that he pilots is that it always needs to be plugged in, like a you know, like when your laptop battery doesn't hold a charge anymore, and even though it's a laptop, it's supposed to be portable, but you got to keep it plugged into the power cord anyways. His suit's kind of like that. So it's like this giant artificial human suit that always has to be plugged into a power cord, and if it ever becomes detached in the battle, he only gets about like 1 to 5 minutes before it just kind of like freezes up and shuts down. And of course, you know, like the homunculus, even though it's there's the one definition of a homunculus being like uh an artificial life form, but then the other sort of definition of a homunculus is the little man inside of you, like the little like the little bread inside of bread's head that watches what bread does. And that's kind of deep, but when you think about it, it's like if you were just a robot, your thoughts and your actions would be like the same thing. Like when a robot moves its arm, the only thought it has is to move its arm. It doesn't have that like introspection or reflection on like it can't watch its own thoughts, or think about what it can think and it can move. But the thing about humans is like you can think about your thoughts, and you can kind of watch yourself think. And so the old answer to that was like, oh well, there's like a miniature you that watches you from the inside, and that's like also the homunculus. And so you see all these like anime, like Neon Genesis Evangelion, where it's like a little person inside of the head of a giant person. And like you'll see this in like Attack on Titan. It's the same thing. Or like any sort of show called like Gundam, or I guess they call it like mech genre, where it's always like this giant robot suit with a human pilot kind of like sitting in the head of it, controlling it.
Yeah, yeah. So where do you think that comes from? Where do you think it stems from?
Well, like I just said, I think it stems from this psychology of just people like you and I sitting around, and like you can watch yourself, it seems like when you really try to pinpoint where does my consciousness exist, right? Well, it kind of feels like your consciousness exists inside of your head, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. Yeah.
Right, but I think that might be a little bit of a trick or something, because the thing about the head that I realized is that you have all 5 of your senses available on the head. If your torso, if you were beheaded but your head was still alive, your cheeks could still feel, your tongue, your tongue tastes, your nose smells, your eyes see, your ears hear, your skin still feels, right? And that's because all 5 of your senses are taking place at the head level. and so it's sort of like a hub or like a fixation point of your senses. But I mean, that might be like just sort of like they tell us about how like like the brain might create consciousness, or like that's the atheistic view or whatever that you hear, even though that's not even the scientific view. You hear atheists on here saying like consciousness is an emergent phenomena created by chemical reactions in the brain or whatever, even though honest scientists still consider consciousness a mystery. But I think one way they are able to convince themselves of that is because all your senses are on your head. But if your nose was on your like right kneecap and your mouth was on your left kneecap, and your sight, like you had one eye on your stomach and one eye on your back or something, like you probably wouldn't think you probably wouldn't feel the same way. You know what I mean? You wouldn't feel like the head is such a like a
It wouldn't be so important.
yeah, it wouldn't seem so important like the throne of consciousness. You know? But no doubt that is how it seems. But I think it does seem that way because all the sensing things are right there. Not necessarily that the brain is right there, but that all like your senses are focused around that point. Because your ears and your eyes and your nose and your mouth are like all right there together. But understanding that, just like everyone's probably felt this way, it's felt like there's like a person in my head who's like my body is the tool, like my body is just a tool to receive stuff. But then like the eyes receive the light and the mouth receives the flavors or whatever, and then it passes it along to who? If they're just tools, who do they pass it along to? It's like, oh, there's some little man inside my head that my body is passing along the information to. It's his it's his window to my body is this little man's window to reality. There might have been someone who kind of like coined this idea first, though. I don't know who that would be.
Oh,
But
I'm
it's
sure
it's
plenty of people.
yeah, probably all over the place people felt the same way. The little man inside my head.
Yeah,
Because go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, yeah, I definitely could. Like, I relate to that and see like where they would be coming from, and like where your consciousness and stuff, and like where is it going to? Like, what's actually seeing
Yeah, and so and also like like who's the person who disagrees with my actions? You know what I mean? You hear that voice, your consciousness or your conscious. I'm sorry, I'm congested. Your
Yeah,
conscience, right? Your conscience, like that voice inside your head that's sort of like against you in a sense. It's like who's there speaking to me from inside of my head? Oh, there must be a little guy in there, you know?
yeah, exactly. I like to relate ourselves as like avatar bodies. Really, it kind of feels like that.
Right. Yeah, yeah. It definitely does feel like that because yeah, it it it's a talent certain people can develop. I think everyone has this ability, but to like view themselves from the perspective that like their consciousness resides outside of their body and like some sort of VR goggles or something. Like our body is like a set of VR goggles.
Yeah, I could agree.
But like you said, like an avatar, that's like the proper word. I know what you're saying though.
They made movies, other movies about that type of thing too. I can't remember that one. Like as a gamer? No, not gamer. Maybe.
Oh, I think I remember a movie called that where like there's like prisoners and their bodies are controlled by like video game players, like some brat kid or something.
Maybe that could be one of them. There's another one where crap. Well, I can't remember. Who was in it? I'm trying to think of the guy that was in the movie now. It wasn't Bruce Willis. Dang, well, I'm not gonna remember that one. It'll come to me eventually, but yeah, I think there's been like a lot of depictions of that, one way or another.
Yeah, in several ways, totally.
Because then, like you're saying, it reflects in the different animes and stuff, also.
In what?
Like the animes, like you're telling me with that Neon Genesis thing.
Oh, and I thought you said enemies. Yeah, anime, totally.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all over the place there. Where there's a little man inside of a larger man's head controlling him.
Who makes these rules, anyways?
What do you mean?
About like the little guy saying right and wrong, and who dictates right and wrong, and you know,
Well, we all seem to agree for the most part. Even the animals tend to agree for the most part.
which animals?
Well, typically like mammals, and more specifically like pack mammals, they seem to have extremely similar like rules in their head that they follow, or else they'll like get depressed and feel bad about themselves. Social, social animals.
Not domesticated dogs or pets.
Well, them too, but even in the wild, still. But just to be clear, like what kind of rules are you talking about? I might be misunderstanding.
No, yeah, yeah, you're pretty much on the same page. Yeah, it was just about like right and wrong, and like knowing what you're supposed like you're saying, like animals knowing what they need to be doing, and then if they don't go by their rules, they could like get depressed or whatever. And it's kind of like similar with humans, like depression. A lot of times, the people who get depressed are like not all the time, but like I feel that's a big discussion. Depression, it comes from a lot of different things, but
Oh yeah.
like a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm depressed. Like, are they doing anything with their lives? Are they like out and socializing and whatever, and like being active and so on and so forth? A lot of the times, no.
Yeah, a
And
lot of the times when you're depressed, you should be. It's telling you need to change something, man.
yeah, kind of make a move. Do you practice any of these New Year's resolution type things?
I never have before. I've always been familiar with the idea, but no one around me, like no role model in my life, has ever been that type of person, and so no one ever like passed it on to me.
Oh, that's
Uh, but I've always been aware of the tradition of like set your New Year's resolution. I'm gonna quit smoking, or I'm gonna read 30 books this year, or something like that.
Yeah. I never really went along with that stuff either.
Are you thinking about set a New Year's resolution. I mean,
No,
the thing
probably not.
is, there's no gamble there. There's no like.
Just
I'm the type of
it's just
guy
an
who'd be like,
excuse, dude. I think it's an
you could
excuse
set
for
a
lazy people.
right,
It's like, dude, like
right,
if you really want to do something, you just do it now. What the fuck?
yeah,
If you're really about it, like you would just be doing it. If you're not really
uh-huh.
about it, wait till New Year's.
Although I can understand like a cultural reminder, like, hey, everybody, just once a year. I mean, I would encourage, like, if there were a tradition in America where we did like monthly, resolutions, like, yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that existing either. Now, the fact that you would need like an outside like cultural like holiday or something to be a reminder to try in life, well, that is, silly or whatever, but I'm not mad at it existing. And for some people, it might even help, even though if that's the help that they're getting, they probably need even deeper help in their life.
Yeah, for sure.
But maybe it can inspire a first step or something for
Yeah,
some people.
yeah, I could agree with that. Like, it definitely helps some people in some ways. It's kind of I was just asking. Like, I don't really go by the rules of those things, but like, I was asking maybe if you did, if you had any ideas. But that's cool, man.
Has anything been on your mind, like feeling like in the New Year's spirit?
Feel like people are maybe getting more towards to the good old roots, the old days type things. Like our Christmas, I would say, our experience at least was more homemade type stuff and like from the
That's
heart type
nice.
stuff. Yeah, rather than like a bunch of shiny this and shiny that and ooh new technology and ooh a freaking dildo. Like who cares? The material is temporary.
Hey, that's nice, man.
Yeah, I feel like an overall bigger change going on. Like the farmers markets are growing. There's more and more people doing different like gardening and being more active in like nature type stuff. Like I feel like there's a positive thing happening. Besides like forget all the battery stuff that they're pushing. That shit's terrible. Battery
Battery?
like electronic vehicles.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
going to be a big push for that soon, or there already is kind of, but there's going to be a growing push, and it's not really nice or sustainable.
Well, yeah, that's true. But are you saying like, do you think that's like a nationwide thing, or do you think that's kind of like being pushed harder where you're at?
I think it's gonna be all over, pretty much.
Because I don't know, I haven't really seen much around me.
Well, like a lot of the companies and like people, certain investors investing in certain companies at certain times, so you kind of get an idea of like what's gonna start booming
Coming down the
soon.
pipeline. Yeah.
And that's kind of what the rumor is, that electronic vehicles are making a big push for it. But they're terrible because the batteries got to be replaced. They gotta like have there's like kids mining this stuff.
Yeah, did you see that Joe Rogan interview?
I don't think so actually. But who was it?
I don't know, because all I saw was like an uploaded clip, just about 13 minutes. I could find it because it is actually probably worth listening to the whole interview. But this dude, he's like a journalist researcher, and he explained to Joe about how cobalt is mined, and that like 80% of the world's cobalt comes from the Congo, and he like traveled around the Congo for 5 years, like infiltrating these like mines and secretly recording the conditions and who is there. And it's just like the most disgusting, horrible conditions and chilled,
Well, it's supposed to
4-year-olds and
be. it's supposed to be that this was all under the condition that none of this was being mined by hand. It was all being done with big machines.
Yeah, and it
When the
was
guy
being done by hand too.
Shit, hold on, my AirPod died.
No, yeah.
But yeah,
Actually,
Jeremy sounds like he knows what I'm talking about. He probably can do it better than me.
as yeah, my brother actually was telling me about that today when we were working about there was an instance where they said they had these machines loading the stuff and taking it out, and then they went like undercover, pulled up in there with some cameras, and they saw like kids of people in whatever with baskets by hand using baskets or something.
Yeah, like this was all supposed to be done under the condition that there was none of this was being pulled up by hand. It was all being machined with big giant machines and shit. And then they took the videos, and it was all people getting it out with baskets by hand and shit in these pits.
Yeah, horrible conditions, just toxic, poisonous environment, children involved, just complete lying, complete propaganda, and just PR stunts. Because one of the reasons he thinks this is so crazy is because all like the leaders of all these like tech companies that have to explain where they get their minerals and lithium and whatever, the materials from, they all use like the catchphrase like clean cobalt, right? Like it's such a green endeavor, and they cover their tracks and whatever, and he seems to be just blowing that all out of the water, exposing the horrible nature of how it really is. But he explains that this ingredient is in every single. It's a main component of every single rechargeable battery, which is what the world runs on nowadays. So there's like not a single tech company that isn't getting their shit from just the suffering, the
Yeah,
just the horrible
and the
suffering of
people.
people.
One of the countries in Africa said they're going to stop exporting it because they're like, yo, if you want the batteries built or this shit built and we're going to mine it for you, you need to be building it here. So they're like,
Yeah,
Right.
we're not letting none of this shit go no more unless you guys are going to start making the shit here.
there you
So
go.
they can actually reap some of the benefits from it. Because, mining it alone, yeah, you make some money, but there's way more money if you're actually making the stuff in that place.
Yeah. That reminds me, Brad, do you remember that thing I posted in Hoaxes and Agendas about some country like finding a supply of gold in their land, like 10 times larger than all the gold that's ever been mined in all of history?
Yeah, it's kind of ringing a bell actually.
I'm gonna go find that real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm actually in it right now looking funny. And maybe a little comic relief. Why what hold on a second. Oh yeah, why do they call the people who dig up batteries lithium miners?
Is that supposed to be a kid joke?
Yeah, because they're underage.
Nice. So I found it. So this was the Google
Uganda.
screenshot I posted. Yeah, the African country of Uganda is in the limelight again. This time, it is literally shining gold. The country has recently announced the discovery of a deposit of 31 million tons of gold ore, with extractable gold estimated to gross 320,000 tons of gold. And this was from July. They should be the wealthiest country of all time, richer than
Yeah, do
every.
the spot price on gold, and then multiply it by 3,000 tons or whatever you just said.
Yeah, which is like 10 times the supply that has ever been harvested since the beginning of time.
Yo, you would destroy the gold market. Gold would come crash if they were to just try to sell all that right now. like mine it all up and sell it all instantly as soon as they like you devastate the gold price.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not buying that it's even there.
Yeah, they might be trying to do that to get a boom going over there, to get a bunch of people to move there, you get a little city built, like
Mm-hmm.
like what happened in the what was that stone in Madagascar? I think it was sapphires. Was it sapphires? The
That
sapphire
sound
mine.
yeah. Madagascar is extremely rich in like precious stones.
Yeah, there was like a little. It was just a bus stop, and then it literally just a bus stop, nothing there, and then now it's like a city, pretty much. Not like a city, but like a little town. Because like of
Yeah.
a boom, like a gold rush type boom. So maybe that's what they're trying to do there, like a fire festival type method.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, the fire festival, that's a hoot.
Yeah, yeah. Fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see some other oh, and here's something. It says outside the club, outsiderclub.com. No, Uganda did not find 12 trillion worth of gold. Let's see.
Could you say that again?
Let me just go over this article real quick. I saw it says someone wrote on this website, the Outsider Club. It said, no, Uganda did not find the gold. And
Yeah.
let me see. Yeah, it goes into some like conversion things and Rutter's article. Yeah, I don't know if it's really believable, man. It's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I'll believe it when they present 320,000 tons of gold in the next year, or at least 1 ton of gold in the next year. You know, like, let's see the gold. I
Yeah,
want the gold. Show
maybe
me the gold.
maybe they have the Philosopher's Stone. What is that? What was the one?
Yeah,
What
the Philosopher's Stone.
is that? What it is?
Yeah, or the Sorcerer's Stone if you're the American audience of Harry Potter.
Yeah, that's what that reflects from the movie or the book.
Yeah, yeah. The the European title of Harry Potter 1 is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone,
Huh.
and in America it was renamed for the American public as Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone.
Well, what's the
Although,
idea? Oh, go
go ahead.
ahead.
I was just going to say that the historical name for it in Western culture, which would be both of us, both Europe and America, the the historical name would be the Philosopher's Stone, as the UK had it in their title correctly.
Like John D. Times, Edward
Yeah,
Kelly.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of.
I think the Philosopher's Stone is one of the greatest archetypes um, ever imagined, though, because it's not something that really exists. It's like a figure of speech, and I think it's like a very archetypical figure of speech and a really handy one. It's like invention as a concept, that we can talk about it and discuss like what it is or how you get it. Like I think it's a tool, like a very useful figure of speech, because I often use the Philosopher's Stone to try like express like some like deeper philosophies I have about other subjects, or things like the nature of the universe or the meaning of life, stuff like that. That it like I even though it's not real, I appreciate it as like a concept and like a tool of speaking. because
Yeah,
there's nothing else like it.
yeah. I was thinking of like a tool. It's like yeah,
It's like the Holy Grail, you know?
yes, like you turn whatever carbon into gold or whatever you want to say, and it's like you take a bad situation and then turn it into a good one. Like you're not
Exactly.
in a different way.
It's it's very similar to like Christ consciousness or enlightenment or nirvana. You know, like all or getting into heaven, achieving Christ consciousness, finding nirvana, or creating the philosopher's stone. These all mean the same thing, but the philosopher's stone is the one of those that can kind of it plays the same role but from a different point of view. We're I think you were around, Brad, the other day when I said that there's really only like 6 archetypes of goals. Do you remember me talking about that the other night?
Maybe briefly and not too much.
Yeah, I didn't say much about it, but I was, you know, I've been wanting to write a story. You know that, and one of the important aspects I've realized about writing a story is that you know you're probably best off having characters with goals as a part of your story. It can be like a real helpful like driving force for the plot, you know, because the story, you know, you gotta when you're writing a story, like you know, why are you telling this story? Like, where is it going? Where is this all heading? Right? And one of the driving forces of where the story goes can be like there's a person and they have a goal, right? And then you say, well, someone's goal could be to be a mother, to be a president, to um, be, to make the football team, to get elected to some position or whatever, right? And but you can see how all of those things fit into the same archetype of like gaining some sort of title or position. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I want to add real quick. It's funny. I was actually talking about goals today with my brothers, and like envisioning to like make a step towards something to like
Mm-hmm.
think and speak things into fruition. Syncretism,
Yeah.
man. Funny.
Hell yeah. I mean, did you want to talk about that for a sec?
No, there wasn't much about it. I was just giving them the rundown. They're younger. They're like 12 years younger than me.
Ah, cool. Yeah. You trying to tell them to follow their dreams and listen to their hearts.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I believe there's a big misconception in the world of like work, right? Work, like, it kind of messes with people's vibe.
Oh my God.
Because,
I gotta send you a video. But yeah, carry on.
because like, why do you work, right? Think about it. You go to work to make money. You don't go to work because you're fucking. I mean, all right, this is also a little subjective, but like, there is people that go to work with a purpose. Like, there's certain things that, like, if I didn't go to work, people wouldn't be getting their shit fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And like, there's a certain aspect that I like what I'm doing, and I believe in a lot of other careers, people do enjoy what they're doing. But this is like for the people who like view work as like that. It's like it's very hard to explain what I'm trying to say with words. But they
Yeah.
like oh man, it's pretty hard. I'm trying to come up with it, man. Sorry.
Are you trying to like what you're trying to get out? Are you trying to talk about like a warped perspective some people have, or that most people have? Like the twisted idea they have in their head where they're kind of like they're experiencing cognitive dissonance about why they do what they do instead of, or I don't want to say too much.
No,
Yeah.
They kind of, like, oh man, I'm kind of froze up here a little bit.
Let's backtrack. What, like, where were we at before this? You're talking about, you're giving advice to some people
About
younger
my
than you, right?
brothers, about setting goals and stuff. And
Yeah. And you want to save them from the pitfalls that other people experience, probably, right?
You said about having them follow their dreams and such.
Yeah.
And I was saying pretty much, yeah. But also, like, working is a tool to make money. So, like, people like associate their life with work. I guess that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Like they associate too much of, like, this is only for the select people though, like, which might have different purpose, or like at least maybe for the people that aren't in the right spot they should be. Let's put it that way, because everybody needs to work in a way. Like, you need that energy exchange. If you don't have the energy exchange, you can't get no benefits. You know, you reap what you sow. If you don't sow seeds and water them, you're not going to get any plants. So the same thing like with work, but like people get this idea, and I think it's kind of pushed culturally or like socially or whatever you want to call it in society, that you got to like go work a 9 to 5 and go be a cog in the machine, whatever. And I don't know if there's the right pieces for the right spot. I'm losing again what I was going to say.
Well, I'll say this. What was I going to say? Fuck, I lost it.
Yeah, man, what the hell's going
on? there's just some really easy pitfalls to fall into and easy mistakes to make, and where you kind of like get your priorities backwards a little bit when it comes to this sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh, a big thing is like distracting. A big thing is being distracted. You know, being like what a bigger purpose is, what you're actually supposed to be understanding and learning while you're here and experiencing. Like, you're not supposed to experience, wake up, go clock in at Walmart, then go home and watch fucking Netflix. No, dude. It's not what life's about, brother. So like that's kind of what I'm getting at. And these people, like, they get wrapped up at work and they forget like the bigger meaning. But like what I was saying before, people do have a bigger meaning with their work. Like, let's just say the cobbler was an example back in the day. If the guy didn't fix shoes, like, what the hell? You know, you got to go work an extra week or two, whatever, and then buy a new pair of shoes, let's say. But like, there was a dude who did that. And then like the barbers and stuff, and like, I don't know, the list could go on. And I do feel like maybe some of that's making a way back a little bit.
Yeah, that's what you were saying before about your Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of like that. You know, I feel like COVID might have been an eye opener in different ways. You know, brought with the lockdowns and stuff, it kind of made people realize things a little bit differently again, slow things down, kind of. Maybe like kind of put like a reality check on some people.
Yeah, Quantum of Conscience was saying that during COVID, all the people he knew, or a large portion of the people that he knows that he would call NPC normies loosely, of course, not too firmly saying that term, but you know, that sort of people he would call. He would say that he saw like a huge uptick in them, like all going like kayaking and hiking during COVID, you know? And he was thinking that he was saying they can't be NPCs because he thinks that comes from some part of them under pressure, like feeling that like the humanity in them was being like crushed, and they wanted to resist that crushing force of all these like draconian like limitations and stuff, and they just wanted to be like, no, I'm human, I'm going to live. And their idea of that was to
Yeah.
just fucking get out and do something human and natural.
It's that internal desire inside, man.
Mm-hmm. That's the homunculus in them.
Yeah, there it is again. Where isn't it now?
Where isn't it?
Is that even grammatically correct? I don't care
Yeah.
anymore nowadays. Frig my English teacher. Nah, she was cool, man. She smoked weed. And she was actually one of the first, like, so check this out. My like 11th grade teacher, dude, 11th grade was one of the first teachers that really like made like
like an impact on you.
Kinda, yeah, dude.
That's cool. I never had a teacher like that. They all suck. I'm glad you had one.
She what really helped. So check it out. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I really kind of didn't understand what the fuck to do about research projects. I like wasn't just like I'm kind of one of those people where I need like almost 99, 100% to like get the picture or something sometimes. And research projects definitely was like that. And so like I did like like I've done a bunch of projects that kind of sucked and whatever. Then I had other people doing for me, ex-girlfriends doing for me, my mom doing for me, all kinds of stuff. And then come later in like high school, I like got to do my own shit now. I do this project, and she like understood pretty much what was going on, and like was able to troubleshoot it. And I was like, it was cool because she like did like what a coach and teacher is supposed to do. It's not just go up there and blurt out some shit that's in the books. She like saw like, oh, this is what he's doing. I can, pretty much correct that, whatever. But like, anyways, that's pretty much what it was. Like she explained like the concept pretty much of it, and was like, this is like what you're doing, yada yada yada. You're not like doing what I was doing in that case. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but like the citations and the concept of all that, there's like an idea behind it. And I wasn't really going with that. I was kind of like using citations to like I don't know, man, like it was whatever. It was kind of a mess. I was going like against the object pretty much. Of the idea, but she understood it, man, and it felt good. And then it was funny too because let's see, 5 years later, I moved back home like for a year, and this girl I was talking to ended up being close with her. Like, she was like an aunt to her, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I remember him," and stuff. She he was cool, and like she like there was like still a thing there, pretty much. Like, so it like kind of did make an impact. It was nice.
You should go. You should go. Does she still teach? You could probably go up to the school and pop into class and
I
tell
would
all
love
the
to do
students
that,
there's.
but last I heard, my school was pretty cucked in the sense of like
Damn.
that stuff. Yeah, so there is like so when I was a freshman, that senior class was pretty rowdy. Then the next one was a little rowdy. Our senior class was pretty rowdy, but there was like a chain of events, I'd say, that like our school board and stuff, they were just like they're not having no more bullshit because like there was old kids coming back and visiting and like causing havoc again. It's like rather than just visiting their teachers, they're like, oh, reminiscing the good old days and doing some dumb shit and kind of ruined it pretty much. I went
I
to a
see.
pretty big school actually. There was like, I mean, I feel like it was pretty big. There was like 30 kids in each classroom.
Yeah, that sounds pretty large for high school.
Yeah, I think I couldn't even tell you how many kids were in a class.
But I don't.
Thousands.
You know, that's one thing. I don't even know that number for me. People say like, oh, my graduating class had whatever many people. It's like, oh, that's. I don't even know what mine had.
Yeah, there's probably like a couple thousand kids in the whole school. Yeah, it's sad. My little brothers actually, they went to a school where they actually have a trans teacher who like kind of pushes the agenda in the classroom, which is not all right.
Come
Yeah,
on.
same dude.
Oh, geez, that's too bad, man. Well, at least he's got you. But teachers can have such a, like the people, the way, like the position of a teacher in a kid's life. It's just such a position of power and influence. It really is. Not to
Yeah,
say, I do think that fellow students overall have more of an influence on a kid than the teachers do, but still.
yeah, man, you're the teacher. You shouldn't have flags up and stuff, and like hitting things and this and that. That's not all right. Keep the kids out of it, man.
Yeah. I mean, that was the one request back in the day. They just said, just do your thing. We don't care. Just leave the kids out of it. And little by little, they've been drag your kids to work day, if you know what I'm talking about.
And like drag queen.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like, it sounds crazy. It sounds make believe, but there really has been several drag queen story times in schools,
Yeah, I've heard about that stuff, man. I heard about even like worse things, them bringing toys and stuff for the kids, man. Like, that's not all right.
No. Oh, I don't even want to hear that. Hey, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, what kind of fantasy world we're about to be living in here where people can just say, I'm a cat. And then everyone has to acknowledge them as a cat.
Meow.
That's
Yeah,
just fucking stupid.
yeah. We actually
Like,
have
yo,
a.
are we, go ahead.
I was just gonna say another example. A childhood friend of my girlfriend, her daughter, well, is now a boy. Well, wants to be known, referred to like as a boy. It's like 12, 13 years old, I think. 12, maybe younger.
Bro, leave your delusions out of my life and my kids' lives. Don't bring your delusions into my kids' life. You know what I mean? You think you're a cat? Great. Do that shit at home on your own time. Don't fucking give my kid don't give my kid an idea in his head where he can be a cat. He's never going to be a cat. He can't be a cat. He's a human boy. He's a male human boy. That's what he is. We're not living in delusional land. We're in reality here where men have penises and girls have vaginas. And none of us are cats. Fucking weird, dude. Fucking weird.
Yeah, I think it's weird. Um, I think maybe they view it as some sort of like they're in a video game. You can choose your character because like they're like Funny was saying, the homunculus, like you're the little guy in the head. It's like they're not actually their body; they're just in that body right now, and they can be and believe whoever they want to be and be whatever. But like that's not necessarily actually the case, physically.
Bro, they want us running around like confused idiots. I
Yeah.
think I'm a cat. All right, you're a cat now.
I saw a guy a post he spent like $14,000 on some kind of like dog suit thing because he believed since he was a kid that he was a dog. Weird.
I mean, I totally like see. I do it like inside out of how they're taking it, right? Like my truest self, I wouldn't say is male or female, right? Like my avatar is, because that's part of like the physical corporeal nature that I'm involved in, but I would say like there is a sort of higher transcendental unqualified indescribable super me, right? But no, like I mean they take that and flip it inside out, and they say, oh, oh, sorry about the background noise. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, yeah, I'm non-binary. I mean, I'm zero pretty much. I'm zero and infinity. I'm everything and anything on some sort of transcendental level. But then I'm also grounded in reality. Say, yeah, I'm a man, and there's no feelings that can change that. But they got that whole philosophy flipped inside out there. It's ass backwards.
That's how the elite people want us running around like confused morons. Obviously, it's going to be easier to control. You're trying to control a massive group of people. You want them to be fucking stupid. You don't want them to be smart, intellectual thinkers in touch with reality. You want them running around thinking they're cats and shit. It's going to be way easier to control someone who thinks they're a cat than someone who thinks they're an actual regular person. I would assume. Yes. I don't know.
Especially since I don't think any of this is something people kind of like came up with on. This is sort of like a Inception. You know what I mean? Where like someone else put the idea into their head to think this way.
Yeah.
It didn't come up from like their soul and like, bubble up into their consciousness. It didn't come from within. This is some fucking inserted shit. Like, where the fuck did anyone start thinking they're a cat from? Like, you did. Like, this is. You probably saw someone who thought they were a cat, and you said, "Hey, that looks like it gets them some attention right there." I'm a pretty neglected young child with some issues. That looks like it could get me some attention. Yeah, meow. Give me a litter box, please. I'm a cat now.
Yo, if they ever put litter boxes in the school I work in, no joke, and they told me I had to clean them shits up, I would quit. I wouldn't even blink. I'd be like, hold on, you want me to clean up human shit in a litter box? I'm out. You better think of something else.
Where they'd be cats at that point, dude.
No. I am actually in touch with reality, and that is human poop. I don't care if you think you're a cat, that's still human poop. I would dead ass quit that day. If my boss came to me and was like, yo, we're doing litter boxes in all the bathrooms because some of the kids think they're cats, and you got to clean them up. I'd be like, all right. This is it. This is the end of the line for me then, I guess. Because this isn't really like that great of a job. Like if they were like, yo, we're going to raise your salary like $5 an hour or something, or maybe like $10 an hour, I might think about it. But not as it stands right now. That shit better come with a nice fucking little pay raise.
What if you got paid per turd?
Huh?
I said,
I don't know. I'm going to need at least $5 an hour to even consider it, bro. You better bring in a specialist or something for that or something, because that's not my.
Hey, what
That's not
about
my forte.
what about for dogs in their yards? Because people do that as a business.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Then they make their money. I don't. That's not in my job description. Yeah, if you're gonna pay me the money, I'll fucking do. I'll clean up some shit. Whatever. I already cleaned toilets. If you're gonna pay me appropriately, I will pick up human shit. But the pay I'm at right now is not the pay for picking up human shit in a litter box or whatever. I don't know. I got cats. You better think of something other than the way that I do it with the cats, because that's fucking. I can't even stand a cat. I told my wife, don't get no more fucking pets. She's like, but our cat's lonely. So she got another cat. I said, don't get no more cats. She got another cat. And then my daughter moved back in with us, and she got 2 fucking cats. Okay, now we got 4 fucking cats. It's obnoxious. The moral of the story is single. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, if you want me to pick up human poop, that's going to be a lot more dollars per hour I'm going to need. Like, my boss came and he was like, yo, we're doing litter box in the bathroom. It's going to be, we're going to have to do it. But they're raising our pay, $7 an hour. I'd be like, that sounds pretty good. I could definitely use $7 extra an hour. I'd probably do it for that. But if they were just like, yo, there's no pay rate, just human poop, you need to start picking it up. No.
Hey, funny, that thing you sent me or tagged me?
Yeah. What about?
I was just asking briefly what it was, if it was anything we were talking about.
Yeah, it was. It's so brutally honest. It's crazy. I'm surprised like something like this was made by like a non-conspiracy theorist channel, but reality, the truth is such a fucking tough love that I mean, they give you all the toughness without the love in this like fake comedy skit sort of thing. And I mean, you see the title, right? If job commercials were honest.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole. I mean, it's satire comedy because it is supposed to be funny, but it's also very just bluntly true, you know? And it's funny how fucking hard to swallow the truth is because it would probably make a lot of people uncomfortable to even watch this video because I'll be honest, I didn't watch it. It was on a playlist that I was just listening to in my ears. And I don't think anyone actually does need to watch it, but if you just listen to it later or watch it, whatever, doesn't matter. Um, it's just incredibly blunt about like the current state of like culture and like what a job is in today's world and its like relationship to like your life and like its balance with leisure in a normal person's life and the different options people have and the different like goals they have for their careers. And it's yeah, I thought it was like a masterpiece of parody, satire, whatever you want to call it. And it isn't anything new to you, but I think you'll still appreciate it, and maybe you'll even like know, like maybe that 12-year-old little cousin or whatever you're talking about earlier. Like if he didn't understand you and the advice he was being given by you, I think this would really hammer it home.
Yeah, I'll check it out, man. It looks interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And like the one comment, one of the main comments on there underneath says, "I wish this was a parody."
Oh, you
Yeah,
guys
I
like
just want-
parodies? Like parodies, Fundy?
oh, I love parodies. Yeah, that's a great form of
I
humor.
got a parody for you.
Parody's nuts.
That was it. That was it. Good call.
Oh.
Where'd you hear that from?
Oh my god!
You would have got me. You would have got me so hard.
You ruined it? Where'd you hear that line from?
I just knew what you were gonna say. I guess.
All right.
Well, good one, Jeremy. Good one. Damn, I
Man.
thought you'd actually had like some funny video, but
No, that's
it's
it.
still
That
good.
was it. Parody's
It's still funny. Wow.
Bro, I use that one every chance I get, dude. I've said that at least 5 times on Discord with you guys.
I'll be prepared next time.
Yeah, you'll catch it next time.
Yeah, y'all see it coming.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, funny. Are you gonna watch the 222 movie or 222?
It seems like Illegal really wants us to, so I could find 2 hours on my day sometime soon.
Yeah, I think I was gonna try to watch it today, but it's ended up too late now. Maybe tomorrow or something, but whatever. I did. If you haven't watched the trailer, it's worth watching the trailer. Like that shit got me hooked real quick, and not a lot of things do that, man. Like I got goosebumps and stuff. I don't think I've ever got goosebumps from a fucking movie.
Well, a trailer, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
What was it called?
222.
Like the time.
Is it free somewhere? Where can I watch it at?
You got Prime?
It is free somewhere. There's a free app called Tubi.
Oh, I got Tubi. All right.
Yeah. And like Brett was saying, Amazon has it too.
Yeah, it's a syncretism movie. But it looks really good.
Sorry.
You know what movie I really like that came out recently? You see The Platform?
Yeah, I saw that like 3 years ago or something like that. A while ago.
Yeah, that was a good fucking movie, dude. That was analogous to what's actually going on in the world. Like that's how we live. There's people on the top that just have everything, right? They have all the food, plethora, so much food they can just fucking doesn't even matter. The first level.
Yeah.
You got people on the bottom that are like little Ethiopian kids with flies stuck to their face.
Yeah, but don't forget, man, that movie it's also a lot deeper than just like face value social commentary about classes. There's also like a metaphysical and spiritual message behind it.
Was there? That was a good movie, yeah.
Yeah, man. Like just think about this, right? How do they get to the top? They first have to go to the bottom, right? They have to ride it all the way down so that they can go up. And one of the expressions that I came up with a while ago about I don't know, it relates to a few topics. I say first we sink, then we rise. And one of the classical examples of that is like Dante's Inferno, right? Where there's like 9 levels of hell and that they need to escape. And they actually have to go from level 1 down 8 more levels downward into hell in order to escape hell. It's also the same message you see in a movie called oh shit, it's a horror movie where they go into the catacombs of France. I forget the name of it, but in order to they get like the catacombs kind of act like the moving stairs in Harry Potter. where if you try to climb up them, like it'll just reroute you and it'll just become an endless labyrinth, right? And the only way to escape the catacombs is actually to go deeper and deeper into them. So,
Bro, I don't watch
first,
Harry Potter, dude. I'm a grown man.
well, yeah, well, it don't matter about Harry Potter. No, that's fine, but
I actually
I
did
mean,
watch them all. I binge watched them like 10 years ago because I was like, yo, I just ran out of shit to watch. I was like, fuck it.
well,
I just watched
let me
them
look
all
up this
in
horror.
like a weekend.
Let me look up this horror movie about the catacombs of Paris because it's also like what in this movie, right? In this movie, they find out like a sort of national treasure style Nicolas Cage, style like secret encoded message where they figure out where the grave of Nicholas Flamel is, the actual alchemist in history who like people say made the Philosopher's Stone, and they think it's in his grave, and they find the secret location of it, and it's like deep underground in the Paris catacombs. And so they're on a hunt for the Philosopher's Stone. There you go, full circle, bread. But it turns into a Dante's Inferno uh, Event Horizon movie sort of scenario where everyone, as they go deeper, is faced with a trial where they have to overcome their deepest trauma and like face it head on. And if they don't, they die. But if they can face it and like accept themselves for the evil shit they are and like ask for forgiveness, then they're allowed to like carry on. And only like 2 out of the 6 actually make it out. But yeah, I mean, they end up like going like thousands of feet underground, and then they like fall down this hole, and it ends up like being a manhole to a street cover. Um, and it's this weird sort of like reverse gravity situation where like they fall down a hole, but at the same time they climb out of a manhole on a street, and that's their like exit. I'm gonna find this. You really should watch it. It's a if you like horror films, it's one of the good ones.
I'm a, films are great. I don't know. I'm not crazy about them. I like the Saw movies were good, and Freddy Krueger's, Jason.
As Above, So Below.
Classic.
That's what it's called. It should be on Netflix. It's called As Above, So Below. Do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is, Jeremy?
Oh, what is it?
You ever heard of it before?
I've heard of it. Yeah. What is it?
Have
Though?
you? So what it is depends on who you ask, but there are some commonalities between almost anyone you ask. So it's basically this stone that you can create, or this substance that you can create in a laboratory, and this substance will, well, you could you could maybe mix it in your water and drink it, and the drink would become like an immortality elixir, or you could uh, mix it with lead, and it would become gold. It's this stone that basically can purify anything. So it can either like purify a person, which would mean returning them to optimal perfect health. That would be like purifying your body. Or the idea back in the day was that gold is the purest of metals, and if you could purify all the impurities out of like lead or silver or anything, it would become gold. If you could just remove the impurities of it, what would be left would be the pure metal, which would be golden. And this would be like a tool in that process. but it's more of a metaphorical tool for like explaining sort of like psychological and spiritual concepts.
This guy, this weird Glover guy, I forgot his name, Gypsy or something. He always just had this weird argument about gold. He'd be like, explain gold on a flat earth. I'm not even joking. And I'd be like, dude, from all we know, humans are the only time we've ever seen gold actually being made. Because they did it in a lab in some college. It took like fucking 10 million gigawatt hours or 2.1 gigawatts or something to make a fucking nanomolecule of gold or whatever out of mercury. But they actually did it. So I'm like, dude, you don't even know where gold comes from. The only thing we know about gold is that it definitely came from these guys in a lab. Other than that, you can say it's been made in the center of a sun, but that's just
Right.
this is your word basically at this point. I'm just supposed to believe you guys.
Yeah, I have no idea how the gold in the ground got there. You know, that's one of those mysteries.
Well, you could say it was made in the middle of a star. All right, that's an awesome fucking story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's awesome. It was in the middle of a star, and then the star explodes into the universe, and now you got this sitting on fucking 10 trillion tons of gold. Like, that's neat, but I don't know.
Yeah, Chris, there like gold seems to come in veins, you know, like these like Lichtenberg patterns underground. There's like these like branching veins in the soil and stuff where there's just freaking gold there in these like wiry vein structures. And the same goes for like silver and copper and all sorts of things. Not mercury, though. I don't think. Do you know an easy way to get your hands on some mercury? It's actually not that hard to come by. There's this
I
there's
personally wouldn't touch mercury in my hands, but
yeah, sure. But if you wanted
thermometers,
some,
I don't know.
no, if you
Thermometers,
wanted
maybe.
some, if you wanted some mercury and you like didn't want to pay for it, you just gotta find out. It's there's this rock that you can just find like say if you live near any mountains or something, your mountain you might be able to look up if there's any stone. It's usually exposed on like the side of a mountain. It's this rock called cinnabar, and it's this red stone you'll find like just kind of on the side of a mountain. It's this red stone, and all you got to do is like throw this stone in your oven or like hoist it up above a fire, and cinnabar will actually sweat mercury. All you got to do is heat it up, and just mercury will just start dripping out, and just put a pot below it, and you'll just like catch a whole bunch of
So
mercury.
when people say you can't get water from a rock, you could be like, yeah, but you can get
You can get
mercury
mercury
from a
from a
rock.
rock. Yeah, I sure can. Yeah, it just sweats it out, man. It's crazy. And it won't even like harden, Like it'll just drip out and then it'll stay a liquid because that's how mercury rolls, which is pretty cool. In a few alchemical traditions or from certain philosophies or whatever, mercury was symbolic of consciousness because of its like fluid type manner and how like pieces of consciousness or like thoughts or ideas can like freely like mix and mingle and join and separate with each other, and also the fact that like consciousness has consciousness has no sort of characteristics of itself. Consciousness, it's sort of like the nature and nurture is what develops your consciousness, and those are like outside influences on it that it reflects, and it's like shapeless until something gives it form, like water. And like Mercury has, it's shapeless, ready to take the form of the container. Jeremy's consciousness or Fundy's consciousness, Mercury will take the shape of the container like water, but it'll also be like it'll be like Mercury has a mirror like reflection on its surface naturally, and so it's also just reflecting back all of the outside influences put upon it, and like putting that back outward. Like it takes it, then it gives it back out. It's just a little bit alchemy philosophy there, but I appreciate it. It's kind of cool thought. Hey, Brett, there was another movie that we should probably watch sometime called 23 with Jim Carrey. You've probably heard of it, right?
Yeah, I did see it when it came out years ago, but I'd watch it again probably.
Yeah, I've been thinking about watching that soon. Although I don't know, it's I don't think there's any purpose in watching it really. Same with 22. I don't like it'll be fun. It'll be right up my alley. I'll probably enjoy it. I don't think it'll like teach me anything, but I don't know. It'd be fun to talk about, I guess, and nerd over it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might depict some stuff though, which might be interesting. Like, give us some like visual examples of like some ideas or concepts, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be cool. Get like another perspective, let's just say. We'll see what a mainstream perspective, let's say, kind of deal is. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. There's another one that's been on my mind, thinking about the 222 and the 23 movie. There's that one with Justin Timberlake where it's called like About Time or Time's Up or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Was it in like the early 2000s or something?
Yeah,
Maybe.
where like you go to work and you're paid in time to live. Like you don't need to eat food or anything like that, but you have like this like number on your arm, like a clock countdown, like a timer, and
Yeah.
you go to work and you're paid in minutes for how much time gets added to your life.
Yeah, sounds familiar, but I don't think I saw it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I've been thinking about watching that.
You know, I did watch something that was kind of inspiring was a Vice put a thing out with Bam, Margera. I don't know
Yeah,
if you know.
yeah.
So he like,
I'm a skateboarder.
yeah, you are?
Yeah, man.
Heck yeah, dude.
I shred the gnar.
Hell yeah, dude. Me too. Yo, I'm the Forsaken pusher though.
Oh, I used to be. I still do it when my leg gets tired, but
I push on.
like a long. Uh-oh. All right. Well, can you do a kickflip?
Oh yeah, I can do plenty of stuff.
Okay, then it's forgiven.
Yeah, I gotta like get back into it because I got a couple friends who still do it. But and the one's pretty good. But like seeing Bam getting back into it and like cleaning up his act and like getting rid of all the
Mm-hmm.
negativity in his life and like pushing for positivity and stuff, like it's real nice. It was a nice thing to see.
it's been a struggle for him, bro. He's tried and failed and tried and failed. Have you been keeping up with him recently or anything?
That would be like the most recent thing. That he's working on some like documentary and shit, and like
That's good.
I don't really follow any of his personal stuff. I actually
He
I grew up
he
like
fucking sorry.
I just grew up like a couple hours away from him.
Oh, no way. Have you ever seen his house?
No, I was in the area. I never like been by there now.
His life story, man. It's fucking wild, huh?
Yeah, they kind of go over on that Vice thing. It seems legit. I don't really know. I maybe like now thinking about it, I'd like to see about what his response to the film was and see what he had to say.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, I like it. His story is a bit of like a shameful pity because like he had such an amazing style to his skateboarding and his videos were always sick, and then he got famous and like abandoned skateboarding, and
Yep.
now he's like trying to get it back after fucking abusing himself so badly. And I wish the best for him because although you do reach a certain age, I don't know how old he is, but he'll never be the skateboarder he could have if he would have stuck to it. But that doesn't mean he can't put out a sick piece in a video or something like that. I definitely pay to see.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely in my little friend group growing up. Definitely like the knockoff brand of CKY. Yeah, dude. There's so I was a little sad because our friend who had their YouTube channel, he either got rid of one channel or took a whole bunch of videos down, and there's only two of them left, and there's only one clip of me in the thing, and you can't even really like see or nothing. It's during like a little bail video, and I'm pretty sure like I messed up going on a little box. But like we used to do like this funny skits and stuff and like pranks and we kids, dude,
Wonderful.
we were like started at like 13, 14 years old.
That's awesome, man. Just doing some wild stuff. Did you ever do the shopping cart?
Not like super crazy. Like we weren't like super rowdy, but we did like some stuff that to that extent. Like we weren't being like reckless.
That's cool, man. It's too bad that footage is disappearing. You should download whatever you can.
Yeah, it's been years now since it was like when we were kids. He got rid of it.
Hmm.
It's not a big deal though. It makes some
That's
new.
fun though, man.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you some good news. I
All
got
right.
number two on the way.
Oh, congratulations, dude.
Thanks.
How far along?
I think 3 months maybe. I
Oh, hell yeah.
do like later June maybe.
Oh, cool. Oh, good job, man. I knew you had it in you.
Thanks, dude. It's
You're
nice.
a little homunculus.
You're shooting him, getting him out.
Ah, cool, man. Who knows what it's gonna you don't know yet. I mean, it's probably impossible to tell, right? Boy, girl.
I mean, they probably could. We didn't find out the first time, and we're probably not gonna find out this time. We'll leave it a surprise.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, man, for
Dude,
sure.
when the baby came out, we both were just like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" And then like, I don't know, 30 seconds go by, a minute, and then the lady's like, the midwife, she's like, "Well, did you look?" Like she knew she was looking. We weren't looking at all. We were just dumbfounded the baby was here. We're like, "Oh my god!"
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we look at, oh, it's a girl. Yeah, it was so sweet.
Ah, it's nice, man. Yeah, yeah. Maybe you'll have a little boy and girl.
Yeah,
Maybe one of each.
some people are saying that. I got to think of a girl name.
You got a boy name picked out yet?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do Theodore.
Strong. Yeah, that's a powerful one right there.
Yeah, I like that name.
Mm-hmm.
Also, too, because in Greek, like Theodoro, it's like uh, a gift from God.
Yeah, yeah. Theo is God.
Yeah,
Theo or Dio. Either
yeah.
one is God. What was that second part?
Doro in Greek, the D.
Okay, little little twisty L sort of thing.
Yeah. What do you mean L?
Like 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 Theo, and then that consonant you used isn't like an American consonant.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, like it's a little bit of a rolling of the tongue sort of thing going on there
Oh,
in that
yeah,
in that Greek word.
Doro. Yeah.
Oh, oh, oh! You're saying Theodore, but the Greek. Okay, I thought. Okay, it's just headphones and Discord, quality. So I understand what you're saying. Theodoro. Yeah, I'm picking up now.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there you go. Pretty much.
Cool,
And
cool.
yeah, and we did like the girl kind of version for our girl,
What
kind
would
of
that be?
Hadi Thea. It's like Hadi is like a favor, and Thea would just be the feminine version of God.
Hmm.
Her
Okay,
favor.
so it's like, oh yeah, say instead of say oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Very
Yeah,
cool. Very cool.
yeah. We were going in about like doing traditions and stuff. My parents, and I feel like I'm gonna have to add my dad's name in there somewhere in the middle name because I have two middle names. Like I have my own middle name and then like my dad's as my middle name,
Mm-hmm.
and I might do something like that. But I don't necessarily care for my dad's name as a first name, to be honest. And I kind of was sharing that with them last night, and we went through it and through.
Well, was it rough or was it cool?
My mom, she just wants to honor my dad and tradition and stuff like that. And like, so like, I'll just give you like the prefix is Pan.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I associate that with like his birthday being related with, um, I don't know, just a lot of things that go along. Like I think we went through it one time or another.
Yeah, yeah.
It was
It's
funny.
like a January, December sort of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, Capricorn and stuff. It was like a whole bunch of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it was funny. Illegal actually sent me a thing in the DM about just some etymology stuff and the numbers, and it was like about his fucking name, and I don't think he even knew that. And also, yeah,
Right.
dude, that's crazy. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's fucking like a weird poetry syncretism ether surfing like wave going on there. You don't even need to know about it. It just works itself out sometimes. But
yeah,
goddamn, dude, like like that's so cool, man. Like really, congratulations, and it's all gonna go smooth. I'm sure it's a great, beautiful thing. Good for you.
thanks, man. I appreciate the wishes.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
You know something I saw? I don't know if how accurate it was, but kind of changed the subject a little bit. Um, Eddie Bravo was doing like the one eye thing,
Huh.
and I don't know if that was like one of those CNN type moves where they like clip the scene. It's like, oh, this is what they're doing. But meanwhile,
Hmm.
oh, this is, and he was like in the context explaining something totally different. And I'm wondering if that was,
Well, was it a video or a picture you saw?
all I saw was a picture, so that's the problem. And I was
Yeah,
wondering
you
video
never
because,
know then.
yeah, because he's how I got to Nathan Oakley, and ultimately how do I got to all of these servers.
Right.
So then I was like,
It's
well, is that a bad?
weird. Yeah, I mean, yeah. When it comes to him, I mean, it's like I'm perturbed and bothered when I think about any of this too hard, like how I got to where I'm at right now because of like just my extreme paranoia and skepticism about being like guided by some sort of influence in my life that's like steering me towards communities or anything like that where it seems to me that I'm one of the people who's kind of set free from being carried along by fads or social engineering like that. I'm cognizant of it and I'm resistant to that sort of influence. I would hope with my armor up and developed and stuff, but then but then yeah, something like that can come out and it's like, oh shit, you were a part in getting me to where I'm at, and you also are one of Joe Rogan's friends, but he also mistreated you, and it gets so overly complicated to try to rationalize out and like weigh the scales of how you really feel about it. Where you say, yeah, it matters, but it also doesn't fucking matter. Uh, but it is interesting. I would I'd be interested to see if you like get to the bottom of that. If it's just like a taking advantage of one little screenshot of him, or if it's like a clear sign that he's like showing his hand or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. I had to like go back to what I saw, see what he's wearing, and then try to reference it like to what video where he's wearing the shirt.
I haven't seen any interviews or talks with him in a long time. Actually, I don't know where he's been.
Dude, last I heard, he was saying he was gonna fall off the map a little bit. He got off his socials. He didn't want to do it really.
Uh-huh.
That's like why I'm skeptical.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like a green flag and a red flag at the same time. But
Yeah.
what's really important for us to focus on though. Not that too hard. Yeah, it's fun. You gotta have your entertainment and then enjoy yourself and whatever. But at the end of the day, that doesn't make a huge difference, in my life. But it's still very like it pulls me in. I see, like I would be devastated if Eddie Bravo was some sort of fucking operative. But I could see it, I could see it. I would hate for it to be true. But I could
Yeah.
see it.
I Blue Collar Mystics had a dude, Bootsy had a dude, Derek Rose,
He had what?
a dude on his show, Derek Bros.
Okay.
He ran for mayor in Texas somewhere, Austin or Houston or something. He ran for mayor. Yeah,
Oh, I listened to that one.
yeah, about the Greater Reset.
Yeah, yeah, I watched that one. Yeah,
Yeah, that
that was
was a
pretty
dope.
good.
Yeah, I think that type of stuff is what we should be talking about.
Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Um,
Although, yeah, I mean, there's so much to do, and I do have the same complaint about almost everyone, even if everyone's doing like all the people who are doing a great job. And I have this complaint about myself, so it's a universal. It's just to everyone. It's like I don't think there's any more important task than just developing like some sort of very distilled packet of information, of like what are the most important things for anyone to know. We need to have all of that boiled down and delivered, concisely and in a really like pure, like well delivered manner somewhere. Because truthers are just on all sorts of different pages, you know? And a lot of the things that people are like working on have already been solved by others. And I don't want anyone wasting their time trying to like unravel mysteries that someone else has already unraveled. Like we need to like all get on the same page of knowledge so that we can walk side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and tackle the hardest of mysteries out there. Which is it's gonna take all of us, I think. And people do that by like sharing their research and information and podcasts. And like people are doing it, but it's just I think organization is really key at this point. Like there's so many well researched, brilliant people out there, and we just need to like create some sort of compendium of like the most like some sort of starter kit, some sort of just golden egg of information where like these are the things that we can all hold fast to being true, and then also like a whole outline list of the mysteries that all of us all like where's the big list of the most important questions, like all in one place. I like the things that like say 100 of us can all like pick one out of the list and work on it. Some direction we can all like a spearhead. You know what I mean? Like one point for a lot of people to like get behind and focus on. See if we can do something about it. I don't know. It's the truth community just seems kind of disorganized and like discombobulated a little bit because there's just so much information out there, and I think it kind of overwhelms all of us. I just think we need to.
Yeah, you're actually reminding me of something. So the other day, I thought about. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think we're on like the right track. And I think it was like trying to figure out what the actual important things are. Like getting the essentials and making the different layers of
Yeah,
importance. The
yeah,
priorities. They just prioritize things. and
exactly.
and then going through the processes of all what would fall underneath that each tier. And
Mm-hmm.
thinking about it the other day, and I was like, yo, this is actually pretty good. And you were the person that came to my mind to be able to like make a map of this to like be able to
Yeah, that's my gig.
yeah, you know what I'm saying, like yeah, you're the first person that came to my mind. And I don't know, maybe we can like bring that up sometime in the tank and see like what kind of something we can make of it.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's what I'm all about. I want to do this as much as possible, and and like reality, or like our living experience in this realm, it's very much like a story. You know what I mean? Like reality and history, or whatever you want to call it, right? This series of events and world that we're all a part of. It's very much like a story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why it's sort of like a cross training, sort of like a double-edged sword in the best way, like in the positive sense. It's a double-edged sword. When like I've been like thinking about writing like a fictional story, but I've been trying to break down like the like what are the aspects that make up a story, you know? And like I was saying about I had a lot of thoughts about goals of characters in a story, and how I was bringing it up when you were talking about like you were trying to like um give some advice to your little brother, or whatever the person you said. And like all of this like I'm not prepared to give some sort of dissertation or break down stuff like this, but I think that we could all come together and really get some like philosophies and some like thoughts and lessons organized, and kind of like set some things in stone amongst ourselves, because it is a bit of a waste of time to like have repeat discussions or debates, or so like there's certain things at this point where the cool thing is we found each other. There's enough of us on Discord and the internet and stuff, or the people with the YouTube channels, like we've found each other, and it's really cool that we've all found each other, and we're all on the same page for a lot of for to a large degree, and for all the points that we all are on the same, like like that, all the positions we all share. I think the positions we all share on every topic should be like written in stone and like settled upon, so that we never have to like go over them again, and just become part of a collective that has a sort of solid understanding of like mutual understanding that doesn't ever have to be discussed again, because discussing things we all already agree upon is like it's it's a little bit of like a circle jerk, you know what I mean? It's like it's not backtracking, but it's just kind of like spinning, like when they say spinning your wheels in a car, like it's just like you're
Yeah.
stuck in mud.
Yeah.
Like I want to avoid that phenomena, metaphorically. Like I want the truth community to stop spinning their wheels and actually like get out of that mud and go somewhere, because there's enough of us that all understand each other to a large degree, but then what we don't have is a clear list of like the the mysteries at hand, the problems at hand, that we should all get together and try to like work on together. There's so many teachers going over the same topic. I mean, like tomorrow there's going to be some sort of YouTuber uploading his first video because he's realized, I don't know, let's say the paradoxical nature of reality. It's like, well, it's been done. There's so many of us that are already on that level. You don't need to teach anyone about this. This sort of lesson is already out there, and I don't know. It's hard to put it out there. I want us to go places, and I think it's going to take organization. More than anything else, I think what the truth community needs to do is organize.
Yeah, I could say that. I could agree and also say that you got to organize. Like kind of
Like,
like keep a tally. And I think
take
podcast is a good way.
well, it depends what kind of podcast. Some
Like
like what
mainstream them.
well, like what we're doing, like of course I love talking with you, man, but there's no doubt that everything we've talked about tonight is sort of like spinning our wheels. Like we're kind of circle jerking each other off right here, because we're just kind of
Yeah,
like
'cause
going over some of the
you're
things
not,
we've talked about over and over again before. And I
yeah,
love it, don't get me
you're not
wrong.
actually doing it now though. That's why
Yeah.
you got to make that goal, visualize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. Even though I recognize what I want, I'm not sure how to get what I want. You know what I mean? Like I put just as much blame upon myself as anyone else. It's like, how do we take that next step?
You just do it, dude. What you mean?
Just
People,
do it.
yeah, I'll take Nike. I like the Greeks say Nike. I'll take Nike as advice. But yeah, man, I'm about it. I kind of been like trying to work my way towards that, like some sort of information channel, I guess. I don't know how you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough.
But like just breaking shit down, dude. The essentials, the fundamentals. Shout
The
out.
basics.
Like it is important. People need that stuff. And I think that like YouTube and podcasting through YouTube and stuff is a really good way. But
That's a
also
good
some
way of like
animations, dude.
drawing people in.
Need some animations too. I'm working on that.
Animations.
I'm working on that.
What do you? What kind of animations are you thinking
Like
of?
some cartoon little videos to go along with what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that would be good.
there'll be the back and forth, and periodically. Like when you're reading a book, you get a picture here and a picture there. Well, when you're listening to the cast, watching the video, you get a thing here and there. And you get and the best part about it, dude, because like when you're explaining something and you're getting all metaphorical and all fucking in there in the depths, you can literally make it look the way you want it to. You have that opportunity, and that's the best part about it.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
And it's art too, man. You're creation story.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about being like an author or like a illustrator or a creator is that like you actually can make it however you want to make it. Like there's this freedom of expression that people have that isn't taken advantage of. But when you like understand your position as like a fictional novel author, you say, "Oh man, I can this world is however I say it to be." Like the author of a fictional story is God of that world, which is incredible. Or the
Ridiculous. You get all one on you.
What's yeah, man. Let me ask you, Brad. What's the question I should ask you right now?
Dude, I don't know, man. I the first thing I was looking at was a handwritten part of I wrote down and says Bible on a note paper. When you said that, I don't know if that means anything. Or the question. You're asking me if I know what the question you're about to ask is.
I don't.
Hmm.
I'm saying we've been having a conversation about some crazy shit. Some real shit, some crazy, some deep shit, some philosophical shit. And we were talking about like, moving forward, making progress, right? Like that's what you and I both desire, right?
Yeah.
We both wanna make some progress. We'd like the community to make some progress. We'd like to take a step forward in the right direction. And as far as this conversation goes, what kind of question do you think I could ask you that would lead us in the right direction? Like, well, what should I even be asking you right now to accomplish that goal? How I know I'm asking you to speak for me, which is weird, but like, what am I supposed to do? Right? Because you and I, we're here right now. We're here right now with a common goal. We wanna go forward. We don't want to just keep on, spinning our wheels. We want to go forward. So, is there some like what should I say, Fred? What should I ask you, and what is there to say in order to take a step forward?
Pretty big question.
It's the only question, though.
It's true. Well, that brings us back to like, what are the important things?
Yes, Fred. What is important? Let me ask you this. You did a great job. That was a really good answer. Tell me something that's important. What's important? Tell me one important thing.
Well, I guess like good health and well-being in a way. And I mean that in a sense
I can agree with that.
I mean in the sense of like disciplinary and like, it's kind of a loaded thing there.
Not necessarily though. Right? Like, well, let me ask you this. Is personal health the first thing anyone should focus on?
See, the thing is, I don't. In the way we live now, well, I shouldn't say we, but in the way people do live now in society and stuff, like, yeah, it should be up on the priority list. But like in what I see in actual reality, a real world, like that would be normal. You would already be in good health because you'd be like working.
We're not though.
Yeah,
we're not now.
But because you'd like, my point is like growing your own crops, you'd be out there working, doing this stuff, like eating your stuff, growing your own chickens, so like we're gonna get some quail, and
cool.
we're gonna work on that part, see how that goes. But I guess I don't know. That question's the important.
Here's the next question, Brad. Here's the next question for you. You've mastered self-sufficiency in diet and medicine and exercise, the whole health scenario. Okay? So when a person has taken care of themselves and set themselves up in a position where, their diet, their exercise regimen, they're healthy. Now that a person is healthy, what should they do with themselves after they've achieved reasonably perfect health? All right, so just like check like a checklist, right? Okay, I'm healthy. Now, what comes after achieving health?
You're saying like what, like a bigger scheme of things, like a bigger purpose while we're here, type deal.
However you want to take it, man. I'm not even sure. I'm just, I don't know, just freestyling here.
Not really sure yourself.
I'm not really even sure myself, but you take it however you want to take it.
I would just say like the health part is like one aspect of like an important list.
It's very fundamental though, first take care of yourself before you take care of others. Like they say, put the oxygen mask on yourself first.
Yeah. Yeah, what good are you if you can't, you're not going to be able to help somebody?
Yeah. Yeah, what good are you if you're dying? You gotta be around and alive in order to help other alive people.
Very accurate.
So first step, put the oxygen mask on yourself. Second step, put the oxygen mask on your child next to you if they don't already have it themselves. All right, now everyone has their oxygen masks on. We're all healthy and alive. Now, what's the next thing? What's the next step? What's important? It's where else. What's important? Health is important. Health is number one importancy, right? If you're dead, you're no good to anyone. So be healthy, be alive.
Being open
Check.
minded and learning.
All right. So now be open. So now that you're open, what? All right. All right. You're healthy and you're open minded. Check, check. Now what?
What do you think? Anything?
Well, the idea of wasting your time, like let's say this, right? Someone can read 100 books, but if they're shit books, they've wasted their time, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
So how do we put that into words? It's like it's definitely related to the concept of like quality over quantity, but of course quality and quantity are both great used the right way. So like once you're healthy and the people around you are healthy, then then comes knowledge, right? Like once you're healthy, then comes learning, but there's got to be some sort of delivery of that wisdom, and so you got to have access, like you leave a healthy person in a library alone, right? And they only have like 70 years to live. It's like they might waste that 70 years if they choose the wrong books in the library. So they need to make sure they pick the right books, and in the right and also in the right order. That's the funny thing about information and like the proper use, or not the proper use, but like the proper like diet of information. You want the right good information but also in the right order. So that's the tough part though, because the internet doesn't come with an instruction manual of how to use it best for the goal of wisdom. You know what I mean? The internet does not come with an instruction manual of how to get the most wisdom out of the internet as fast as possible. In fact, it'll actually steer you towards the opposite. It'll actually steer you towards getting almost nothing, just wasting your time on it. Or in the library. I mean, it's the same. Like it doesn't seem like wisdom information is, what do you call it? Like curated, like delivered, like in the proper manner. What we like once I
Well,
got the air once I get go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, maybe that's because you gotta like gain the wisdom in a way. You can't like go looking for it. You can't like read it in a book. You have to like wisdom is like a byproduct of different action or something. perhaps.
Wouldn't you have loved someone to say, like, there are 100 books, and they're the 100 books you'll ever need to read. Every other book is a waste of your time because these are the 100 books that will teach you everything of value, and here's the order you should read them in.
I mean, that would be awesome.
That'd be so sick.
We
But
could make that.
we probably could make it's like a playlist, you know? That's
Yeah.
why I like the word curated. You know the word curated?
Can you give me a good example?
I could give you a good example. I'm gonna look up the definition of it. I mean, I could definitely like give you my version, and I think it's really accurate. But and maybe I'll even disagree with the definition. But let me look it up real quick.
Curated.
Yeah, here it is. Okay, so it starts off with something I think I disagree with. Of online content, I have no idea. Like it already pisses me off by saying online, but it says because it has nothing to do with online or offline. Of online content, haha, merchandise, information, or etc. Selected, organized, and presented using professional or expert knowledge. So I think that's a horrible definition. Let's see a different one. Selected, organized, and looked after the items in a collection or exhibition. Okay. So it failed me. I don't like this definition. So curated means a personally hand-selected delivery of something. It means a thoughtful selection
Like
of
a tailored delivery.
yes, yeah. That is I would say that's I would say that is a synonym. Yeah, a tailored delivery. A curation is a tailored delivery, personalized to you by a person who understands what you need with an expert level of discernment, of knowingness of what is best for you, and they're gonna give you what you need in the order that you need it, and they're not gonna waste your time. Like they fucking boiled this down, and they're gonna give you the good stuff. Yeah, it's tailored to you.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that we need like a curated, tailored, like a starter kit for people who like are unfamiliar with a lot of things that we know about. We need to create this curated delivery of information to get people, even amongst ourselves, like we all need to team up to get everyone on the same page with just the good stuff. We can work out like we what we need to do is figure out what we all agree on, all the things that we can just set in stone that aren't up for debate anymore. Even though they, sure they are up for debate, but 2 + 2 = 4. Let's just set that in stone. It is set in stone. Like none of us debate about that. And there's so many other things that are also on that level, or it's set in stone that there's a few options, but we should have outlines somewhere that these are some questions we have amongst each other, and these are the 3 or 4 different types of answers of addressing that question. Like, no need for you to share your opinion, because your opinion probably falls into one of the 4 options we're already well aware of. Like, we get that there's disagreements among us, but these are the 4 categories that, as far as we know, everyone falls into. Because there's some questions you'll just never get to the bottom of, but it's worth
Well,
knowing, like, the different perspectives of them. Yeah.
well, if you have one category for space flight, I just posted a really nice series of images of Artemis 1 returning to Earth from deep space. Thought you might
That
like
would
that.
that would fit in, man. That
Well,
I
right
would.
in the chat,
Very nice.
courtesy of Astronomy Live, a civilian that took it with his personal telescope.
Do you do you think if someone gets straight A's from, like, first grade to graduating high school, that they're, like, prepared for life? Like, I graduated high school with straight A's, therefore I'm prepared for life in the real world. Or do you think that's a bit of a joke of a statement?
Well, I think it's a little broad, and I think it's really just not all that appropriate. Getting good grades in high school means that you can study well and you understand the educational process. Doesn't necessarily mean you have common sense. Doesn't mean you have any job skills. What are you prepared to do
Right.
when you graduate from high school that's going to guarantee you success for the rest of your life? Unless you have a trade or you
That's
go
what I'm
on to
saying, man.
college. Unless you have a trade or you go on to college, you're not really ready to do anything in the workforce other than basically factory work. You can understand the process that you have to do in the factory because you learn well, but you're not really at a point that you're going to be, say, challenging the paradigm of science based
Oh,
on
well,
you
that's a
got
bit
that
extreme,
trade.
but you're right. You're right. That's an extreme example, and you are correct. But let me ask you this: if if I had a child, uh, let's just say I had a newborn child born today, and I hired you at some, like a irresistible rate, right? Like $1 million a day, right? I said, hey, I'll give you the equivalent of $1 million a day if you take my newborn child under your wing for the first 18 years of his life. Do you and you get this payment if you can prepare my son for the world without needing college? And tell me if you're up for it. Do you think you'd be up for the challenge of accomplishing the task of preparing my child, and you get the entire you get the entire first 18 years of his life to prepare him for any field in culture? Do you think would you take that job? I mean, or do you think you could pull that off, given the first 18 years of a person's life to prepare them for life in the real world, where
Well,
they
I have
don't need to go
children.
to college?
Well, I have children, and I did just
But
that. So
well,
I don't think that would be much of a challenge at all. No.
that's great. That's great. So you're saying, and I don't mean this in any disagreement. I agree with you that you could, but
I
what
think
you're
you could
saying
too.
is,
I think you could too, though.
oh, well, thank you very much for saying that. But grounding it to the point I was making beforehand, you're saying, and I agree with you, that you could do a better job of educating my child, being, being given over to them the first 18 years of their life, than the public school system could,
My
right?
children were educated in the public school system. I had no problem with that at all. And that wasn't my job to do that. I helped them with homework. I helped them with decision making. I gave them a moral compass.
as far as teaching them English or, beyond, I'm talking about diagramming sentences and crap like that, or helping them with mathematics or history. I would help them with that, but it wasn't my job to give them that primary education. I was the one that helped them interpret it and understand it better. I asked them good questions.
Do you think your kids know how to, say, start a business, like a profitable, successful business at
Yeah,
the age of 18?
they've already done it. My
Well,
son
they didn't learn that from the public education system, right?
well, yeah, they did. They learned some of it, and then they actually got on the job experience with sales and things like that. My son does have a business, yes.
No, that's great and all,
He
but
went to
I
St.
mean,
Louis. He went to St. Louis and sold bug control door to door and learned a lot about sales and a lot about interacting with people
they
and
made him do
a
that
lot
when he
about
was in
marketing.
high school.
No, he did that on his own. That's
Right,
part of
right.
his life experiences. That's part of your education is your life experiences.
What I'm saying is they get like 9 hours of a kid's day for 18 years of their life,
Yes.
and and what you're saying he learned for himself, which is very valuable, isn't included in the base education, program.
What is the base education program?
Well, it doesn't include what you just said was very valuable to him
What does
about.
it include, though? But what does it include? A
Well, it
basic
includes.
understanding of the sciences, a basic understanding of mathematics to the point that you can balance a checkbook and manage and do a household budget.
I
You
was
can
not.
speak the
I mean,
language as an educated
I was
person.
never even told about checking your banking in the
Well, you just
school.
take the right classes in high school then. And that's one of the ways that I help my kids is I help guide them on the classes they should take to help prepare them better for life.
Well,
You
it's
should
it's
take
it's good that you were there for them.
you should take a class in accounting, for example. You should learn how to type. There are certain things that, auto shop is very important. Being able
Yeah,
to
that's
prepare a
cool.
meal is very important. These are
Yeah,
life skills that you can learn in school. You learn them at home as well. But you can learn about nutrition in school, for example, or you can learn how to type. I don't have time. I have obligations in my life too. I could help my children learn how to type, but they took a class in it. All right. And typing is
I,
something that you kind of learn on your own.
I wasn't talking about the whole in-home, in-school sort of difference or anything. I was I was
Well, it's a
talking
matter of what
about.
classes you choose, what track you decide you want to take with your life, whether if you want to go into the trades, you can get trade training in high school. But even if you don't, uh, I took classes that weren't necessarily important at the time. For example, I took Spanish. That came in handy when I was in medical school in Miami. I took basic accounting. I took wood shop so I can build things. Can I replace my brake pads? Not really. I know the basic process of it, but I also know my limitations. And I know there are people out there that are very good at replacing brake pads and fixing transmissions. So my job was to get into a field where I could afford to hire people to fix the transmission of my car that knew how to do it rather than try to do it myself. I don't have the tools. I don't have the expertise, but there are
I
people
just
that do.
You just need like two tools to do brake pads. It's probably
Yeah,
just
but how do you know whether
it's
or
not
not
that hard.
you have to turn them? How do you know whether or
Well,
not you have to turn the rotors? I have replaced a brake pad before. Doesn't mean I did a good job of it. They worked, but there are people out there that can do a much better job.
sure.
My wife can install a dishwasher by herself. I would probably struggle with that a little bit because I've never done it before, but she has, and she's able to do that. She's a nurse. It's not her job, but she knows how to do that because she came from a family where they taught her those skills. And she took the classes in high school that helped her learn know those skills, just like I took classes in high school that helped me with skills that I needed.
That's cool. I kind of wish for everyone to be a little bit more of a Renaissance man at the end of like a 18 year long like educational process.
Are you capable of being what is a Renaissance man in the way you're using it?
Oh, just someone capable of performing, many talents across like a variety of disciplines, like you were saying, like the wood shop class and the cooking, like you mentioned, and perhaps a little bit of art and music.
Oh yeah, I actually took music appreciation and music and musical theory, but and they weren't directly related to what I was doing in life, but they were just basically to round me out and make me a little better person, I think.
Yeah, that's what I hope for anyone, just to be well rounded. You
Yeah,
know,
but in
there's
high
some.
school,
Go ahead.
with a high school level education, for example, you probably are not going to have a meaningful discussion on particle physics or
You could. I mean, it's
Einstein versus Newtonian gravity, because you just don't have the training to discuss those topics on a level that would have some depth to it. You may have heard of them, but you probably wouldn't be able to discuss them because you don't have the training to give you the background to really discuss it well.
I mean, things like that happen in this Discord, right?
Well, yeah, people talk about stuff, but mostly it's stuff that they read about or they think somehow supports their point, but don't really understand what it is they're talking about. I don't think many people in this Discord would probably be able to understand the statement that Einsteinian gravity is not necessarily the best approach to take to every problem. Sometimes Newton is just fine, and you need to understand Newton before you need to understand Newton's basic laws of motion before you start
That's
talking
not
about
difficult.
general relativity.
Yeah, I mean, I think well, I won't say everyone, but I think most of the people here, even a lot of us without a college degree or anything, have a very easy time actually talking about Newtonian physics.
Okay. How can water curve?
Uh, Around a central gravitational point on a planet or asteroid. I mean, it doesn't matter. Anything that would allow it to not be. I mean, it depends if the object's spinning or not. It's gonna have to balance
What
out with
does
the
object or
centrifugal
what?
force.
Okay, well, so you're getting close there. Would you agree with the statement that water responds to the forces acting upon it?
Well, that applies to any matter, but
Correct.
yeah, water as well.
Okay, so for example, if I took a fish tank and I rotated it and the water formed a parabolic curve on the top, you'd understand that that was just simply the water responding to the forces acting upon it.
Sure, yeah, yeah. None of this is difficult. I mean, I'm a
Okay.
little confused at as the exact like geometry you described, like the parabolic curve on the top of some. Like, you lost me there, but
Okay, well, let's just see whether or not let me see whether or not I can explain it better. Um, that's another thing. That's another thing that education gives you is kind of the ability to explain things that are difficult to understand. Um, so if you look at a fish tank and just imagine a fish tank sitting on a rotating table, if the table's not moving, you'll agree that the top of the water on the fish tank would be level, right?
are you talking about like a concave parabolic curve?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah,
still a parabolic curve.
sure.
But as you
Yeah,
rotate
sure.
it, the water will kind of heap up on the sides and it'll drop down in the center a little bit.
Yeah, of
It'll
course.
flex surface. Well, that's just water responding to the forces acting on it, right? There's nothing
Sure,
strange.
and the container, but yeah, I guess that'd be pressure on the internal surface, but sure.
Okay. And for another example would be you understand that measure the pressure of on the water at the surface of a swimming pool and compare it to the pressure, say 6 feet down, those pressures could be theoretically different. You can realize why that would be, right?
Yep, not a big deal.
No, it's not a big deal at all. And you realize the reason that pressure is greater is that there is a force pulling the water above it down towards it to increase the pressure down there. That's weight.
Well, you could say pull or push, whichever. I mean, it's sort of intrinsic in its like location. So you could say whichever one you want from whatever perspective you want to, view it from. But yeah, pulling. If you want to put it that way, it does come across more like intuitively.
Okay. Well,
Sure.
here's an interesting question that a lot of people get wrong. But if you have an understanding of how forces and pressure work, you should be able to come up with the correct answer for this. But let's just try it out and see if we can work through it. If I have a container of iced tea and I put a straw in it, and I put the straw in my mouth and I lower the pressure in my mouth, iced tea will come into my mouth. That's how a drinking straw works, right?
That's part of it, yeah.
No, but I mean that's the purpose of a drinking straw.
Sure.
So,
There's also the atmospheric pressure pushing down on the surface of the water outside of the straw.
well,
If it's like
good.
an open,
That's the question that I have. Is that water or is that iced tea pushed up the straw or is it pulled up the straw?
well, it's always a both. Reality's a paradox.
No, there's an actual answer to that. So is the
It's
water pushed up
okay,
or is
fine.
it pulled up?
I think what you want me to say is that it's only pushed. There's
Correct.
no pulling force. There's only a pushing force.
Correct. And if that straw was 40 feet tall and I created a perfect vacuum at the top and the straw didn't collapse, for example,
It wouldn't reach your mouth.
but there'd still be a vacuum above it though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why is that? If it is being pulled by the vacuum, why doesn't the vacuum just pull it right out?
Because the suction of your mouth versus the mass of the water that you want to elevate up towards your mouth
Right.
is
So,
it's the atmospheric pressure. It's never gonna be sufficient enough to be able to put. Well, it depends on the thickness of the straw, how high it's gonna get. Because if the straw was thin enough, you could get it into your mouth. But assuming like a normal straw
well, are you
diameter.
asking capillary action for that?
Well, I mean, you could reduce the diameter of the straw
Yeah.
uh,
There's capillary
enough.
action. But the bottom line is, even if you create a perfect vacuum above that fluid, it will never go all the way up because there's not enough atmospheric pressure to push it up against the weight of the fluid being pulled down. Now, if you increased atmospheric pressure, you could actually get it up 40 feet, but you'd have to increase well above 1 atmosphere of pressure.
Sure.
All right. So, for example, if you put the iced tea in an enclosed container and pressurized it, you could force it up the straw all the way. But at atmospheric
Sure.
pressure, it'll only go up 10.5 meters, even
In
with
a normal straw.
with any size straw.
No,
And
I mean, if it was super thin, you could get it up to whatever height you want.
no, you couldn't. About 34
If it
feet,
was,
10.5 meters.
if it was a nanometer thin straw
How would you measure
inside,
that?
I mean,
It wouldn't make any difference.
no,
You,
no, it would. The larger the diameter of the straw, the less high it's gonna go with the same amount of suction.
no, no, it'll still, if you pull a vacuum above 1 atmosphere, it'll press the water up 34 feet, 10.5 meters. Doesn't really matter the size of the straw.
Well,
that's
it
an
also
important thing.
it also depends on the diameter of the pool or cup that the straw is inside of.
No, as
Because
long as it's
if
submerged,
you got like a
about
five
one
if you got like a 5 diameter cup, like say like you got like a 10 foot deep like pool with
yeah,
with like a 5 diameter, like it's a circular pool, and
yeah.
it's like a 5 foot diameter circular pool, but you're using a 4 foot 9 inch diameter straw trying to suck up that water. I mean,
As
the
long as
pressure
yeah,
on
as
the
long as
outs
the
on the
water's
little rim of there, it's not going to get that. It's not going to get much water up that straw at all because it's
well,
so heavy.
that's a good thought. Let's just expand on it a little bit. So if I have a glass of water and I have a kiddie pool full of water, very different size containers. Is the pressure 1 inch below the surface on the glass of water going to be different than the pressure 1 inch below the surface on the kiddie pool?
No,
Right. So the size doesn't matter. The pressure is always the same. As
but
long
it's
as
more
there's
water
enough
inside the
fluid,
straw. It's more massive.
no, as long as there's enough fluid to fill the, to not allow air to get in, for example. And if you have enough fluid to cover the bottom of the straw, the pressure is going to be the same. And as a result, when you put a vacuum on the straw, no matter the size of it, it'll still draw up to the same height because it's the same pressure driving it. It's just a matter of whether or
So
not you have enough fluid to fill the straw.
have you ever seen those? You ever seen those graphs? Like the simplest of the graph I'm talking about, but I want to go more detailed in this. But the simplest version of the graph would be like a hose bent in a U shape, where of course like the water in both sides of the hose are at the same level,
Yeah.
right? But
Yes.
but then say you have um, a hose in the shape of a W, and it's all the same diameter thickness of hose. Each of the three prongs of the W is going to be again the same height. Uh,
Yep.
but have you ever seen the diagram where there's like like a 5 pronged W, and one of the W prongs is wide, and one of them is really thin, and the water is higher on the thinner prong?
The only reason the water would be at all higher and it would be very minimal would be capillary action and a meniscus. But no, no matter the width of the tube, the heights of the water and the water level will be exactly the same.
Huh.
Now,
I
getting
don't know
back to
about
the
that.
example that I was using with the straw. So you understand that the mass of the water prevents it from going higher than about 10 and a half meters, even if you have a perfect vacuum on top of it,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah,
So air, as you know, is a fluid. And as a fluid, it does the exact same thing, except instead of being 10 and a half meters high, let's say it's 100 kilometers high. So the air itself, the pressure, cannot force that air up any higher than 100 kilometers before an external force pulls it back down, the weight of the air. So you understand that, right? It's the same principle as the straw. Even if there's a full vacuum above it, that air is being pushed up into the vacuum, but at the same time, the mass of the air is being pulled down by an external force towards the ground.
yep, no problem.
Okay, that's how you have atmosphere without a container. So that's a
No,
great question, Flat Earth, that they seem to have a lot of confusion about, and you can solve it with something as simple as a drinking straw.
no, I get what you're saying. It actually starts like, have you ever seen it? How it actually starts boiling at the surface of the water in the straw?
You okay? That's something a little bit different.
Oh,
The
it's
boiling
different. Yeah,
point. The
Yeah, I'm just
boiling
asking
point
you.
of fluids changes with pressure.
Yeah, but have you?
Yes.
I'm just asking you, just bro to bro. You ever seen that video where like the guy actually like ties together the straws and tries to suck a cup of water up 4 stories, and it gets like halfway there, and they zoom in on the how high the water actually gets up the straw, and it's like bubbling.
Well, the reason that it would be bubbling is that you've lowered the pressure enough that whatever the
Of course, yeah,
temperature of the water
temperature
is, it
and
reaches
pressure.
the
Yeah,
boiling point. Yeah, but
yeah,
the
I'm
water
I'm
has
with
reached
you.
the
I know
boiling
all
point at
this.
that pressure. That's a good
Listen,
observation, though. That's a good observation.
listen, man. But both sides make some huge mistakes, and I sit here and watch everyone talk nonsense every once in a while. But I'm with the physics. You ain't got to worry about me.
Good. It solves a lot of problems and stops a lot of misconceptions, and you do seem to have a pretty decent grasp of it, and that's good.
Listen, man. I think the globe's a very well designed narrative. Hats off to the globe. It's
Well, it
very
works.
good.
It works, and it's predictable. That's the other thing that's important. Does it have
Yeah,
does it have
I'm
predictive ability? And it does.
I give, yeah, like I said, hats off to the globe narrative. It's very impressive.
Why would you
I
call it
find
a
it
narrative?
that's that's just a proper use of language.
Really? What's a narrative?
Narrative, it's a story.
Okay, and what's the difference between a story and a mechanism? So if I tell you how an internal
Story is
combustion
a
engine,
way of a story is a way of talking about something, and a mechanism is the way something operates. Now you can
okay,
tell a story about the mechanisms of a
all right.
system.
Well, let's see if we can use an example. You're familiar with an internal combustion engine. If I tell you how an internal combustion engine works, is that a story, or am I giving you the mechanism of how it works?
Well, if you're telling me about all these relationships and
Right.
operations, then it's a story, but that story might describe the mechanisms of the combustion engine.
So it's the mechanism and a description of the mechanism. It's not a story. It's a
Well,
description of how things
there's
work.
there's sort of ways to describe something in a non-story format, but
Okay. So if I were to tell you that the spherical Earth was a description, not a story, you would you'd see the distinction between the two.
sure, yeah.
It's not a theoretical story. It's not an exercise of fantasy or fiction. It's basically how the internal combustion engine works. This is how the globe works, and this is the description of our Earth. It's not a story or a narrative. It's a description of the physical nature of our Earth.
Yeah, I mean, someone can incorrectly tell me their understanding of the mechanisms of combustion engine. They might get some very crucial parts wrong.
Okay, well
They'd still
then
be the
there's no
yeah.
point. There's no problem in pointing out those wrong things and saying, no, that's not really how the exhaust valve works. Here's how the exhaust valve works. Oh, well, that
Well,
makes more sense.
yeah, and hopefully someone will be around to be able to provide that service of explanation.
Yep. So if I tell you that, for example, um, if I want to describe the distance between two cities, I can use things like I can use the coordinates of the cities to describe where they are on the surface of the Earth. You would agree that latitude and longitude, ignoring for the moment altitude or elevation, but if you look at latitude and
Okay.
longitude, would you agree that that describes a specific point on the surface of the Earth, one and only one point?
Well, I, I'd hope I'd hope that everyone that would be involved would be using the same system. But yeah, as long as everyone's
Latitude
agreed
and
on
longitude.
yeah, and that may be universally agreed upon, or maybe not. It pretty much is. I mean, I don't know if China uses a different GPS coordinate system. I mean, people have different like calendars, for the year and stuff like that. So
No, position is
latitude
pretty much latitude and longitude. That's
is
pretty
pretty. Yeah,
universal.
it's probably pretty universal.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we can all, work together pretty
And you would
cohesively.
agree that if I gave you a latitude and longitude that describes a single point on the surface of the Earth, there's no 2 points, 3 points, whatever. So
Well,
it's accurate.
you ever heard of those geocachers, cachers?
Oh yeah,
It's like a
absolutely.
fun
There's
fun
geocache
game
around
they
my
play.
house. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, I do have skepticism about like geocaching and stuff like that operating on a sort of like nationwide sort of system. Uh, but who knows? The relationships between countries and the ways we keep things private. It's so. I hope for someday for it to just kind of be resolved and for people to like let down their guard. But people are afraid of other people in this world, and that's a shame and all.
Well, for example, I've got an observatory.
You
And I
what?
can go. Yeah, I've got an observatory, and I can go to Google
What does
Earth.
that mean?
I have a place that I mount telescopes, and I it's an
You got to
observatory.
tell us. I mean, is it fair to just say you got a telescope, or like, what does that mean other than a telescope that you have an observatory?
Well, I have a permanent mount and a facility where I put the telescope. It's not a stand that I move around. It's an actual structure, and the telescope
Okay.
in the structure,
Well,
and I've got several telescopes that I can put there. But
I mean,
it's got
I got
survey.
my Celestron 3500, but I mean, I can pick it up and set it down other places.
Yeah, I can't do. I guess I could. I've got some stands like that, but I've got a pier. You know what a pier is, right?
Mm-mm.
Uh,
What's
it's
a
a
pier?
it's a steel pillar that's mounted in a
Okay,
concrete, and on top of it you have the mount for the telescope, and that pier is very specifically located, leveled,
sure.
and oriented to true north.
Okay,
Okay, so I can go to Google Earth and I can find the coordinate of my observatory, and that coordinate is accurate to within a few feet. Just basically, say, okay, well, there's the observatory. I put the cursor on it, and it gives me the exact latitude and longitude of that.
boom. Looking at Polaris. Boom. Right at the
And
angle you thought you would.
well, no, the interesting thing about it is that once I have that and the telescope's aligned, I can do things. I can pull up the orbital elements of an asteroid, for example. All right. There's a series of 6 equations that give you the exact position of an asteroid at any moment in time.
Hmm.
And based on my latitude and longitude, it will tell me that I have to turn my telescope to this amount of right ascension and this amount of declination. And the asteroid will be centered exactly in the center of my frame from my location. All right.
And then, I mean, it's probably going pretty fast. Wouldn't you have to like, pan, left or right or something pretty quickly to keep up with it? I mean,
No.
I've looked at the moon, and I gotta fucking turn that dial like every 30 seconds to make sure the moon
Well,
stays in frame.
the moon moves 15 and a half degrees per hour.
Yeah, but when
Okay.
you're zoomed in close to it, like I am, I mean, I'm always adjusting to keep up with it. It's like
Well, that's
in and
because
out.
it's moving 15 and a half degrees per hour, and that's pretty fast. Asteroids, on the other hand, move a matter of arc seconds, generally less than 1 arc second per minute.
Why why would why would asteroids be so consistent? Like why wouldn't one be faster than another?
Well, they do have different speeds, but main belt asteroids generally move less
Some
than
of
1 arc second.
You talking about the asteroid belt or
Yes.
some other kind? Oh, the
Yeah, the
asteroid belt.
asteroid belt.
Jeez.
The asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, those asteroids out there from Earth move about 1 arcsecond a minute or less.
You look at
Yeah.
the asteroids in the asteroid belt?
Yeah.
You ever
That's what I
seen
do.
that? You ever seen that proto planet? What's it called? Cirrus
Sirius? Oh,
or
yeah.
something?
Yeah.
You seen that?
See Sirius, see Nemesis. There's a
Dan,
number of them out there.
take a picture of Cirrus for me, man.
Oh, I got it. I got it on my channel. Shamrock Banks Observatory.
That's a weird one, huh? It's. I mean, if it were up to you, would you consider Cirrus a planet?
It's not really big enough and it doesn't clear its orbit. It doesn't really meet the criteria of a
Well,
planet.
yeah, I mean it's in the asteroid belt, but
Yeah.
but don't you kind of just feel like calling it a planet anyways?
It's a big round asteroid. How's that sound? I think it's
But
like
it's
1,000 kilometers in diameter.
but
Just right off the top of my head.
you know how like a diamond ring is like the ring itself is a belt, but then that ring has that diamond on the ring. You know, that's Sirius right there. You know, the asteroid belt is the ring, but then Sirius is the diamond of the ring. You know what I'm
I see
saying?
what you're getting at. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. It's really not that big compared to the asteroid belt. But like I said, the ones that are in the belt generally move 1 arcsecond per minute or less. If they're near Earth objects, they generally move more than 1.5 arcseconds per minute. That's one of the ways you get a hint that you're dealing with a near Earth object rather than an asteroid out in the asteroid belt.
You
So
ever heard of that?
asteroids
You
cross
ever heard of
the.
that Bode's law? Well, no, not Bode's law. Shit, what is it called? It might be called Bode's law. Is
What's it about?
that it's a mathematical algorithm that to like 99% describes the distances of the planets from the sun.
You mean Kepler's law?
No, not Kepler's law. Um, I think it's called Bode's law. Yeah, it's called Bode's law.
I don't
It's
know. I'd
this
have to
math.
look it up.
It's super interesting, um, because and it's really hard. Like if you Google it, it's for some reason it's kind of I don't know like uh like whitewashed or something. Like they don't want to really like tell you exactly what it is and how like kind of cool it is because it's considered like fringe pseudoscience, but it's actually really accurate to like 99%. And it's if anything, pseudoscience or not, if anything, it's a great like mnemonic device for like memorizing distances and stuff like that.
Well, what Bode's law says, according to this, is that in a solar system, if you look at a series of planets that form around a body like the sun, each subsequent planet should be twice as far from the sun as the planet closer to the sun. So, in other words, if you look at Earth as 1 astronomical unit,
Mm-hmm.
Mars should be 2 astronomical units. The next planet, Jupiter, should be 4 astronomical, then 8, and then 16. Doesn't quite work out that way. But if you include things like the asteroid belts as a planet, as a broken up planet, it works a little bit better because, as I recall, Jupiter is 8 or 9 astronomical units from the sun, and Saturn, the next planet out, is about twice that. So it may actually work out. That's why Saturn is 1/4 as bright as Jupiter is. Inverse square law. Jupiter and Saturn are about the same size. Jupiter's a touch larger, and they're both about the same brightness. But because Saturn is twice as far away as Jupiter is, it appears to be 1/4 as bright as Jupiter does in the sky. It's an interesting demonstration of the inverse square law.
Damn, I'm trying to find a graph that like makes the formula simple.
Well, that's pretty simple. Each planet should be twice as far from the sun as the planet before it, or the planet near
It,
the sun.
it's kind of deeper than that. The way the algorithm really works out. It's first you got to give like a number placement to each of the planets,
Yeah.
and although Mercury starts out with a 0, but then like it starts with Venus, and then you like you oh shit. Like I said, I'm looking for the thing, or maybe I could work it out myself. But it's like you add 3 and then divide it by 10, and then equate that to astronomical units. But we could probably figure it out when we say uh, Earth is number 3, but then you subtract 3. Nah, man. I used to have this understood. It's actually really cool.
Well,
Uh,
collect your
it
thoughts on it. I'd like to hear about it once you have it straight, but collect
yeah,
your
me
thoughts
too.
first, and I'll look at it too. It's not anything I've ever really used. I just use Kepler's for the most part, but
Yeah, I'll get back to you on this.
yeah. I keep confusing it though. I think it's radius square over time squared, but let me double check that. Or to radius squared over time cubed. Let me check that again though. It's time squared over radius cubed. There we go. Yeah, time squared is proportional to radius cubed. So, for example, if Earth is 1 astronomical unit and Venus is 0.72 astronomical units, you can work out the length of a year on both, just simply based on that information alone. Well, in any event, good talking with you, man.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting listening to Dr. Bob talk. I feel like I learn a lot, but sometimes his delivery is a little dry.
I think I figured it out.
There's nobody here.